This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we are going to continue session number 5 of our book study of Dion Fortune's timeless metaphysical classic, The Cosmic Doctrine. So if you've been with us along the ride for this book study, you'll understand that this is no surface level ordeal. We've gotten into some of the deepest concepts that I've ever reviewed on YouTube. So it's a treat because I really enjoy swimming in these types of waters. Gives me, and hopefully you especially, an opportunity to really think and to check and redesign our beliefs, right? And it gives us a structure to understand where a lot of our previously held or previous experiences in magic gives them a framework to make sense. So hopefully you have gone back over what we've covered so far, because honestly it's a little bit too much to recap. But what I do want you to consider is what Dion Fortune mentioned about consciousness. And how she talks about consciousness is the system of action and reaction. Uh-oh, somebody just woke up. Well, we're about to get into it, and hopefully you can follow along coherently. So peace to everyone who is present. Peace and good to see you. Let's get into some real deal, holy field metaphysics. So go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't hit it already. And if you're just now joining, welcome, welcome, welcome. In the words of the great Bobby Hemmett, it's time to get into the real funky shit. You hungry? Tell your brother to fix you a burrito. And don't step on that. All right. Let's do this. I thought I was good. I thought he was gonna sleep through the whole thing. Nope. Woke up as soon as I hit the record button. But you know how it is. You know how it is. Let's go. Peace and greetings to everybody. Peace, Hazard Pie. Fresh out the hot grease. Thoroughly moisturized. Peace, Al Din. Peace, peace, Pablo X69. Peace, Monica Lawan. Peace, Minosis. Let's get it. Minosis said in that video earlier, Dion Fortune ain't no hoe with that shit. This white bitch Dion Fortune, man. And that stands correct. She most certainly ain't no hoe with this shit. So here's what I want you to take a look at. Like I said, it's a little bit too much to recap. But look at these few things. Number one, for a focused or consciousness can only be built up out of awareness of and reaction to objects. Think about that quote for just a moment. Focused consciousness or conscious consciousness, right? The type of consciousness that, living beings have. It can only be built up out of what? Awareness of and reaction to objects. Awareness of and reaction to objects. Think about that. Let's keep flipping around and see what else she says about that I thought was interesting, pertinent. Remember here she talked about the personality and the individuality, and she says that consciousness which it thus develops is itself an existence objective to the mind conceiving it. And remember what she just said earlier? Right? Focused or consciousness can only be built up out of awareness of and reaction to objects. The consciousness which it thus develops is itself an existence objective to the mind conceiving it. Now check this out also. check this out also. Consciousness may be defined as what? Reaction plus memory. Consciousness can be defined as reaction. Remember, reaction to what? Reaction to and awareness of the objects. So it's the reaction to those objects plus memory. Now we can think about the consciousness of animals. Hell, the consciousness of plants. Look what she says on page 75. As before stated, action and reaction do not constitute consciousness. It is reaction plus memory, which is the basis of consciousness. So let's see what is discussed as we move forward. Like I said, it's a whole lot to recap. So I really do hope that you went back over this on your own time, because we're gonna continue to go through. So where exactly are we? I think we're on 16, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, 17. All right, so we talked about the Lords of Flame, right? And we talked about Lords of Form and the Lords of Mind. That's where we stopped at. So we're getting closer and closer to manifestation as we know it. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting extremely close. Ah, yes, the Regents. So it's the Regents where we stopped at. No, we read this too. Okay, so one more after this. 18. The goal of evolution of a life swarm. The goal of evolution of a life swarm. Okay, all right. Anna Molly, peace and greetings. Sirius 2888, peace. Tivetai, peace. J Ballad Hale, peace. Cosmic Traveler, peace and good evening. 9 Volta, peace. Welcome. Star Lion, welcome back, my friend. The class is here. All right, so 18, the goal of evolution of a life swarm. A life swarm. Ace in the place. Peace. Let's get it cracking. And Amali says, may the 4th be with you all. May the 4th be with you. Chapter 18. The goal of evolution of a life swarm. We have traced the progress of the first 3 life swarms as far as the first plane. We will now trace the mode of their return upon the planes. It will be recalled that the Lords of Mind complete the full cycle before returning to the sphere of the divine influence wherefrom they issued. So they go all the way out to the ends of existence, and then they come all the way back. So the Lords of Mind complete the full cycle before returning to the sphere of divine influence wherefrom they issued. The Lords of Form evolved by means of a gradually lengthening series of journeys. In the first journey, they progress as far as the 6th plane and return again to the sphere of divine influence. On the second journey, they progress through 2 globes to the 5th plane, and so on down the planes until on the 6th journey, they reach the 1st plane. It will thus be perceived that upon the 7th journey of their outgoing, they have already within themselves the capacities of reaction of all the planes, and have nothing further to acquire in that respect. They have, however, to learn the lessons of the return journey, which will be dealt with in their place. The evolution of the Lords of Mind resembles that of the Lords of Flame, in that it is a continuous journey. But at each pause, while they wait their turn for progress, they make original additions to the sum of factors of their reactionary complex. They make original additions to the sum of factors of their reactionary complex. It will have been noted that from the time the first swarm set out on its homeward journey, two evolutions will always be progressing in a globe at the same time. And the senior evolution profoundly influences that aspect of the junior evolution which corresponds to its own nature, that is, the prototype of the process known as initiation. So remember that concept? It will have been noted that from the time the first swarm set out on its homeward journey, remember the first swarm, it goes all the way out and then it makes its way back in. And what happens is that on its way back in, it meets the second phase as it's out on its first journey. So they're all following the same path, going all the way out and coming back in. After the first one goes out and starts to come back in, it eventually meets the second swarm that started to go out. And when they connect, they trade information. They trade information. And it says here that from the time the first swarm set out on its homeward journey, two evolutions will always be progressing in a globe at the same time. And the senior evolution, right? The senior evolution is the one that's coming home, and the junior evolution is the one that's going out for the first time. The senior evolution profoundly influences that aspect of the junior evolution which corresponds to its own nature. This is the prototype of the process known as initiation. Curve, peace, peace. Mystical koala, peace. These matters cannot be dealt with in detail until other aspects of the subject have been considered. They will then be reverted to. It will be remembered that upon each plane, the divine sparks acquired a fresh mode of reaction. On each plane, the divine sparks acquired a fresh mode of reaction, right? That's what we went over last time. AZW, peace, my fellow cyclomate. They learnt of a plane, but were limited by the conditions of that plane. Upon the return arc, they are not seeking to penetrate into and master the conditions of a fresh plane as a means of evolution, but to withdraw from a plane and thus to free themselves from its limitations, while at the same time retaining the capacities for reaction they learnt thereon. They learnt of a plane, but were limited by the conditions of that plane. Upon the return arc, they are not seeking to penetrate into and master the conditions of a fresh plane as a means of evolution, right? They're not trying to penetrate into a new plane in order to master it and to evolve. That's not what they're doing. What are they doing? They are entering these new planes to withdraw from a plane and thus to free themselves from its limitation. In other words, they're going from plane 2 to plane 3, right? In order to get to plane 3, you got to withdraw from plane 2. So look what it says here. But to withdraw from a plane and thus free themselves from its limitations, while at the same time retaining the capacities for reaction they learnt thereon. It's a lot like going to school, right? You've got to withdraw from the second grade in order to get to the third grade. And what constitutes you passing a grade is if you retain the lessons learned, if you retain the specific criteria, right, that shows that you passed that particular level. Same thing happening here. This freedom can only be obtained after the complete synthesis of reactions of that plane has been achieved by the group spirit of the swarm. Right? So my son was telling me that they're taking this big deal test, right? I forgot what it's called, like Georgia milestones or something. I don't know. But it's a big deal test. And, each individual student gets a score. But the thing is, the class as a whole also gets a score. And if the class as a whole gets a specific score, like if the class as a whole passes at a certain level, then the whole class has the opportunity to go to, Disney place, whatever the closest Disney place is, land or world. I don't know. One's on the West Coast, one's on the East Coast. All right, if they all get the highest score, then the school will pay for them to go take that trip. If the class as a whole doesn't get that highest score, then there's another option of going to a local amusement park. So, in other words, what's happening here is each individual member gets their own score and their own experience, but there's a collective average as well. And once the collective average passes a certain level, the collective average gets to move to the next, right? So this freedom can only be obtained after the complete synthesis of reactions of that plane has been achieved by the group spirit of the swarm. Renewable Image, peace. Richard Tracy, peace and greetings, my friend. Wayne M, peace, peace. Z345, peace and greetings. The synthesis is so complete that the reactions, being mutually compensating, become automatic and demand no individual compensating. Now that phrase, mutually compensating, we've heard very recently. We heard that phrase very recently, didn't we? Is this it here? Let's see if I can find it. If not, we'll keep going. Mutually compensating. Here it is. Any series of changes which are completely compensatory settle down into a cycle of action and reaction. As soon as such a cycle is established, it cannot change its mode of motion, and therefore a force is locked up, not in a motionless point, but in a spinning ring. The points are units, the rings are organisms. Whenever you get an uncoordinated movement, such as the tangential movement of atoms before they are coordinated, there's permanency of rhythms, and therefore no form is created. But as soon as a compensatory coordination is established, forms of abstract movement are built. This principle applies to many considerations and is therefore elaborated here in order that it may be available for future reference. And when the abstract archetypes of anything are referred to, you will know that it is a replica of a rhythm that is implicated on another plane as a vibration, which is referred to. This is the key to the nature of memory. Remember, action plus reaction plus memory is consciousness. One more thing I wanted to go back and see. There it is. So abstract movement, right? So we talked about abstract movement. Where was it at? Yeah, as soon as you get an uncoordinated movement, such as the tangential movement of atoms before they are coordinated, there's a permanency of the rhythm, and therefore no form is created. But as soon as compensatory coordination is established, forms of abstract movement are built. Let's look what she says on 94. You'll also perceive that the order of evolution in a universe is the opposite of the order of evolution in the cosmos. Remember, universe is the little circle, cosmos is the big circle. Because a universe is reflected from the mirror image, the mirror consciousness of a great entity. Abstract movement gives rise to forces in the cosmos, the big circle. Forms give rise to abstract movement in a universe, little circle, and thereby link themselves onto the cosmos, of which more later. It is therefore essential in a universe to have a form in order to evolve to a cosmic level, thereby enabling them to link themselves on to the cosmic atoms that give rise to them, thereby making these cosmic atoms into great entities. Thus do the atomic planes of the cosmos evolve. And the next one's big too. This is the secret of the God in man. He is related primarily not to the God of his universe, right? We are not related primarily to the God of the universe, the great creator, right? Who is his conditioner, but his creator, who is a corresponding atom in the cosmos, big circle, who creates but has no power to condition, because it itself is conditioned by the great entity of which it forms a part. Kind of makes me think of the demiurge. But let's continue. Sunshine Chick, peace and greetings. Always good to see you. C Main, peace, peace. Christian, peace. Christian says it's astonishing how much you can learn about the tree of life in this book and places you never thought about. Thank you, Travis. Oh yeah, I like to think of this as the prequel to the mystical Kabbalah. Louis says freedom can only be achieved through the group spirit of the swarm. Well, yeah, that's like the metaphor that I gave about my son and having that, the test, the statewide test that all the kids in the state have to take. So in this case, it's not so much about the individual student passing or failing. The entire class has to get a certain average, right? In fact, the entire school has to get an average. But the incentive for the class to do their best is that if the class gets a certain grade or a certain average, the class can go take a trip to Disney, right? That's incentive, and that's an example of the group swarm all learning a certain amount of actions and reactions, or as this says, retaining the capacities for a reaction they learnt upon those planes. So if the whole class learns the lessons, then the class graduates together, right, as opposed to individual. We've all taken those kind of tests. If you've been to public school, you've had to at some point take a statewide test. And you may or may not have known it at the time, but your entire class gets graded. Same thing. But it would be like if the class doesn't pass, then the class as a whole doesn't graduate. But yeah, are we together here? Does everybody generally follow? Let me know. I don't want to speed past too fast. So I'll be asking from time to time where everybody's head is at. I don't want anybody to be completely lost. I get, some of this stuff is extremely heavy, but I don't want anybody to be completely lost. Specifically those of you who've been here for these reads. If this is your first time joining into the video, then you're most definitely going to be lost. But that's okay. The vibration goes to where it's supposed to. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. So the synthesis is so complete that the reactions, being mutually compensating, become automatic and demand no individual compensating. Makes sense to why she was talking about memory and consciousness, right? Because you got to think about your subconscious mind and all the processes that are automatic. Your breathing, your blinking, your blood pumping, right? At some point in your existence as a whole, those things had to have been manual, right? Manual, the blood pumping, the breathing, the digestion and elimination, right? All these functions of the body that we take for granted. You don't think about lifting up your arm and picking up something and putting it somewhere else. You don't think about that. It's automatic and it's subliminal. But there was a time in our history as a race where those things had to have been carefully focused and calculated. So you got to think, over time, after doing these things repeatedly, it carves a groove in the astral. Remember what she talks about, how an action, a movement, a motion continues on forever? Well, what if specific actions that are repeated infinitely by a specific species starts to become habituated, instinctual, automatic, right? We always talk about, oh, how does a bird just know how to fly after it's born? Right? How does a snake know to shed its skin? How does a spider know how to do that? Weave a web. Who teaches them? No, it's been done so much for so long, it's literally carved into their existence. So look, the synthesis is so complete that the reactions, and remember consciousness being a reaction to objects, and the memory, the reactions being mutually compensating become automatic and demand no individual compensating. Habitude renders them what? Subconscious. And the consciousness of the sparks being directed to the reactions of a higher plane, they function according to the type of that plane. And their reactions are such that the atoms of the lower plane can no longer accommodate themselves thereto, and therefore are dispersed. In this way, the lords of flame withdraw up the planes. So I want you to kind of get that picture as we move forward now. Imagine that this spirit comes down and it gathers a body, right? Let's say it becomes this four-legged beast, right? And that four-legged beast body, it lives on this plane for countless incarnations, right? So this four-legged beast runs around, it learns how to climb trees, it learns how to eat fruits and vegetables. Hell, it might learn how to eat meat and other animals, learns how to dig, learns how to reproduce, learns how to roll around and lick itself and scratch itself. It learns how to do all these different things, and it does them repeatedly, right, for millions of years. So what happens is when that spirit of that particular group of entity evolves and goes to the next level, it leaves that four-legged beast body behind, but it carries with it all of the potential reactions of being in that four-legged beast body. So all the licking and sniffing, scratching and pissing and reproducing and eating berries and chewing up other animals and digging holes, all those reactions to the environment, all those experiences are collected and gathered up with the consciousness, and it moves on to the next plane. The body's left behind. Remember what was said here earlier? The bodies are left behind. And the next incarnation, the next spirit whose turn it is, the next group class to make it to that classroom, takes up those bodies or creates new bodies based on that prototype. Remember we went over this a few chapters ago? So think about that, and think about that in relation to the subconscious mind. How people talk about your reptile brain. And Bobby Hemmett told you when they talk about the reptilians, they talking about us. There's literally a part of your brain that's called the reptile brain, and we share functions in that with actual reptiles, where perhaps we already did that work. Maybe that's what the dinosaurs were, right? If the dinosaurs were real. Maybe that's what these dinosaurs were. This extinct race of reptoids. Maybe we've already done that. Maybe we've already inhabited those bodies and mastered the art of fight or flight, right? And so now we needed to evolve to the next level, which was mammal or something of that nature. And I'm pretty sure we've we've come to the very midnight final hour, 11:59, of mastering this human body. Now we're getting ready to move on to the next thing. But man, talking about how it requires the class to graduate together, whew, that thought starts to give me a little bit of anxiety, because I done seen my classmates. I might belong to a different class. How many of y'all think y'all belong to a different class than some of these knuckleheads? And we probably do. Came back to help, you know what I'm saying? We probably the tutors or something like that. One can only hope. But hey, maybe as we finish this text, more will come. Yeah, I'm not so sure if I'm of this same class. Maybe I came back to help. Some of these folks might have just graduated from dog high school or monkey high school for real. Donkey high school. The top of the class of Donkey High. Welcome to humanity. Let me teach you a few things. Hee-haw! Hee-haw! Fine. Have it your way. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going. Lila S. Peace and greetings. Welcome back. Janae, oh whoa, peace. I don't know if I said greetings to you yet. Louis says, yep, just got here from being weasels and donkeys and snakes and roaches. All right, let's get back to this. Let me read that again. So, habitude renders them subconscious, and the consciousness of the sparks being directed to the reactions of a higher plane, they function according to the type of that plane, and their reactions are such that the atoms of a lower plane, the atoms of a lower plane can no longer accommodate themselves thereto, and therefore are dispersed. In this way, the lords of flame withdraw up the planes. The lords of form progress by a different type, right? So that right there was the lords of flame. We could say the minds that gather the data and keep it pushing. And please remember that this experience that you're having is a group effort. We've talked about this before even getting into this book. The body has a mind, like literally the nefesh, the animal soul. The body itself is having its own experience, right? Fathom that. This body is here having its experience. And that mind of yours that is wearing the cloth and the clothing of a personality, of an individual, that is having its experience. And the soul behind both of them are having its experience. This is a group effort, right? It's not one thing. So the question stands, who are you? What is you? That's a question that should always be bouncing around your head to keep you in check. This body is its own thing, that mind is its own thing, and that soul is its own thing. So here she talked about the lords of flame. That's taking up all the reactions, right, and rendering them subconscious. Now let's talk about the lords of form. The lords of form progress by a different type of evolution. Let me see. Habitude renders them subconscious. I love the way she says that. I'll come back to that. All right, so the lords of form progress by a different type of evolution. For each lesson they learn, they teach to the logoidal consciousness before progressing further. Remember, the logos is also the great entity. Kevros SS God, peace and greetings. Elisha Eternal, peace. Elisha Eternal says, what did the yogi say? First thing when I wake up, I ask, who am I? Good question. Good question. It's not meant to be answered, it's meant to be contemplated. Anamali says, do you think your brain will ascend if the body doesn't reach enlightenment also? You know, I think the body reaching enlightenment is... I would think it's more of a state of acceptance, right? Not so much a state of physical perfection, but a state of acceptance of what it actually is, right? Submission and release to the higher power. So I could see enlightenment happening in even the worst conditions, right? Under explosions happening all around, and a prison cell full of, you know, potentially extremely dangerous experiences, and so on and so forth. In the hood, in the suburbs, in a mansion, on the street. But anyways, the Lords of Form progress by a different type of evolution. For each lesson they learn, they teach to the logoidal consciousness before progressing further, and they await the impact of the logoidal image, which is the evolutionary impulse which sends them forth on their journey. When they have been out to the uttermost plane and returned for the 6th time, they have given their final message to the logoidal consciousness. And the 7th journey, which, as far as they are concerned, is a repetition, can add nothing anew to the logoidal consciousness. It is their function, however, upon each globe, to make a contribution to the forces of formation in the manifested universe. To make a contribution to the forces of formation in the manifested universe. Their essential type of reaction is stereotyping of forms, and they influence profoundly the atoms that are built into the plain body of the planetary spirits of each globe. The Lords of Flame influence the evolving life sparks of each globe they are on. The Lords of Form leave them untouched, but influence the globe itself. Were it not so, this stereotyping of form would prevent evolution in the divine sparks. As it is, the stereotyping of form in the vehicles of the planetary spirits has determined in them the most primitive type of vehicle of manifestation, the sphere, an inorganic accretion of matter around a nucleus of attraction. I'm thinking about it, I'm digesting it here. I feel like there's something there that I might need to go back over. So these Lords of Form, by the time they reach that 6th level, they have nothing new to contribute to that globe, to that plane, to the logoidal consciousness. But it is their function to make a contribution to the forces of formation, to the stereotyping of forms, right? That's why they're the Lord of Form, right? Anamali says, one more time, please. Absolutely, absolutely. Let's run it back. The Lords of Form progress by a different type of evolution. For each lesson they learn, they teach to the logoidal consciousness before progressing further, and they await the impact of the logoidal image, which is the evolutionary impulse which sends them forth on their journey. So we know what that means, right? We know that as the Lords of Flame and the Lords of Form evolve and create new reactions and new possibilities, they send that information all the way back to the logoidal consciousness. Then, right, the logoidal consciousness itself evolves, and that then causes the whole shebang to evolve, even if it's just a little bit piecemeal, one fraction at a time. Right? Okay, so let's keep going. When they have been out to the uttermost plane, right, once they've bounced all the way out to the edge and come back and return for the 6th time, they have given their final message to the logoidal consciousness. And the seventh journey, which, as far as they are concerned, is a repetition, can add nothing new to the logoidal consciousness. It is their function, however, upon each globe to make a contribution to the forces of formation in the manifested universe. So it's up to them, up to these lords of form, to contribute to this process of creating forms for living beings. That would go from trees and rocks and snakes and monkeys and people and all types of life forms that we have never witnessed and will never witness. Thank you, C. Main. Thank you. I appreciate you. J. Baldhill says 108. Oh yeah, 108. We know that number. We know that number. Olmic, peace. Olmic says Beltane, blessings, Trav, Imbas, Ias City, brother. Blessings to you. So it is their function, however, upon each globe to make a contribution to the forces of formation in the manifested universe. Their essential type of reaction is the stereotyping of forms, and they influence profoundly the atoms that are built into the plane body of the planetary spirits of each globe. Basically, they influence greatly the actual planet itself, like the actual sphere itself. The Lords of Flame influence the evolving life sparks of each globe they are on. The Lords of Form leave them untouched, but influence the globe itself. Boom. For future reference, I should probably highlight that. How many of y'all have highlighters and are highlighting your book? Let me know. I'm curious if it's just me or if anybody else does that. I've found it immensely helpful because, I'll read these books and I might put them down for years and come back and I'll look at what I've highlighted and I'll see that I understand it on a much deeper level. So one of the reasons I highlight this is not for immediate learning. Sometimes I'll get a feeling that this is important and I'll come back to it years later and I'll see it makes so much more sense. Also, it highlights it in my subconscious mind too. Animal says, I have a highlighter. Probably save it for the second read though. Listen, hell, how many of y'all know that a second read is mandatory? I know I'm definitely going to read this. I feel like if I read this as much at once without like the week-long breaks, I feel like I'll be able to grasp it at an even higher level. I'm definitely reading this again. Like that's bottom line facts. Most books I don't say that, but I knew this and I know Dion Fortune, Mystical Kabbalah. I already know I'm going to keep reading those books. Because here's the thing, man. Look, you're not going to... Well, I haven't found anybody talking about this. I haven't found nobody to break this down. It's just me out here right now. So, the only way that I can get this at a deeper level is by reading it again until I get that deeper level. Hell, there is a book where there's a guy who kind of breaks this down, but I'll let you get that and you can judge for yourself. I'll let you judge for yourself. My Gnosis says, I'm going crazy with highlights, LOL. I got 5 different colors. Hey, as long as those colors mean something to you. Cosmic Traveler says, I use straight up ink. Damn. Cutting them pages up. Hazard Pie says, I highlight with a pencil. Hey, whatever works. Let's keep going. My Gnosis says, facts, you the only one. Yeah, and hopefully it doesn't stay that way, right? Hopefully it doesn't stay that way. My Gnosis says, I listened to that. He ain't breaking it down like you do. Yeah. That's like I said, I'll let y'all be the judge. I'm really not trying to talk shit. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. So, we talked about how the Lords of Flame influence the evolving life sparks of each globe they're on. The Lords of Form leave them untouched, but influence the globe itself. Were it not so, this stereotyping of form would prevent evolution. in the divine sparks. As it is, the stereotyping of form and the vehicles of the planetary spirits has determined in them the most primitive type of vehicle of manifestation, the sphere, organic accretion of matter around a nucleus of attraction. What's up? Those are not mine. You get the ones that I showed you. I don't know whose those are. Goodness gracious. All right. So where were we? Were it not so, the stereotyping of form would prevent evolution in the divine sparks. As it is, the stereotyping of form and the vehicles of the planetary spirits has determined in them the most primitive type of vehicle of manifestation, the sphere, an inorganic accretion of matter around a nucleus of attraction. It is the lords of mind, however, who exert the predominating influence on the swarms they contact on each plane, because, owing to the fact that they have achieved individualization, they are able to act upon individual sparks and are not merely obliged to influence a group mind through a general atmosphere. Ah. It is a peculiarity of all vibratory objects that they tend to tune with their own vibrations all objects of a slower rhythm than themselves, being only limited in this activity by the vibration or vibrationary capacity thus influenced. It is a peculiarity of all vibratory objects that they tend to tune with their own vibrations all objects of a slower rhythm than themselves, being only limited in this activity by the vibrationary capacity thus influenced. Okay, break that down, right? Understand that, right? So we've got different objects in existence, from people to crystals to tools and other creatures. All these things have different vibrational capacity and also frequency. Now, what does capacity mean? Capacity is to what extent a certain thing can express itself, right? An animal only has a certain capacity. A human has a certain capacity. A tree has a certain capacity, right? Did you know that dogs and cats have beliefs? Did you know that? They have the capacity to believe something. I find that pretty interesting. So do pigs and chickens and horses. But look at what this says now. It's peculiar, right? It's something to pay attention to and to note. It's noteworthy that all vibratory objects of all vibratory objects that they tend to tune with their own vibrations. So, yeah, all objects of a slower rhythm than themselves. So depending on the vibratory object, if it comes into contact with one that is slower than itself, there's a tendency for that slower rhythm, that slower vibrating object, to attune with the higher vibrating object. However, it's only limited in this activity by the vibrationary capacity thus influenced. So think about how the objects in your home influence you. Think about how you influence the objects in your home. Think about how you influence different people in your life. Or think about how people in your life influence you. You don't follow and model yourself after or learn from or listen to a person of a lower vibration than you or a lower capacity than you. It's not even energetically desirable. Like, it's not even something we do on purpose. But we always look towards someone or something that is vibrating in a higher rate that we would like to achieve. It's also an unconscious process. But if there is no higher vibration, then it's literally just a bunch of reflecting and echoing going on. Matthew Watson, peace, peace. We got that Crown Vic yesterday. After getting trampled by the Peters. And whereas the Lords of Flame were limited in their power to raise vibrationary activities by the sum total group reaction, the Lords of Mind, should individual junior sparks show special reactionary capacities, are able to raise them individually. Ah, okay. So there is a gifted class. And whereas the Lords of Flame were limited in their power to raise vibrationary activities by the sum total group reaction, right? So the Lords of Flame, as powerful as they are, they're limited in their power to raise the group as a whole, right? So look what it says. Limited in their power to raise the vibrationary activities by the sum total group reaction, the Lords of Mind, so that's the third group. Lords of Flame, Lords of Form. The Lords of Mind are able to raise them individually. On what basis? Should individual junior sparks show special reactionary capacities. So if individual junior sparks show that they have special reactionary capacities, like think, if all these sparks are going through these different planes and they're picking up these different reactions, and remember, consciousness, focused consciousness, is awareness of and reaction to objects plus the memory, right? There are some sparks that show special capacities. In other words, there are some sparks that learn how to learn reactions that are completely different from the group as a whole, right? You'll have a bunch of, remember the example I gave earlier, these sparks accumulate enough matter to build this four-legged body species, right? And all the four-legged body species is doing the same thing, digging holes, climbing trees, eating coconuts. But then you have this one that actually, I don't know, every time it incarnates, it's starting to learn like advanced things, like how to actually add and subtract, or, you know, it's learning advanced strategy on how to do this and that. Like it's an exceptional manifestation each time it grabs a body. So it says here that should individual junior sparks show special reactionary capacities, the Lords of Mind are able to raise them individually. The sparks thus exercise a profound influence on the life swarm of which they form a part, for they are initiates. Aww. So look, out of the 99 monkeys sitting in the top of the tree scratching their ass, there's always going to be that one monkey that's contemplating the profound truths of the universe. And it might get a glimpse that maybe it's more than a monkey, right? Maybe it's pondering how the trees are grown and, I don't know, stumbles across information that the other monkeys can't understand. And it's those specific monkeys, right, that are powered by a special spark, by a spark that has gone through the same planes as all the other sparks, but it managed to come to a different conclusion. You get what I'm saying? This is the same class. Everybody went to the same process, but sometimes a specific individual spark will gain a different type of information. And it's those that the Lords of Mind can help. And I want you to understand, like, these sparks go beyond manifestation. So it doesn't matter if it comes back as a monkey or an alligator or a tree. Anytime it comes back, it's gonna break them. Think about the Matrix now, right? How they had to continue redesigning the Matrix and deleting it and starting it over because certain individual sparks kept waking up every time. So they had to make the Matrix more and more immersive, right? More and more immersive until they figured it out. And even still, if you watch Matrix 4, they said Neo and Trinity continue to pop up together at that. No matter how many different servers across the planet, Neo and Trinity continue to pop up together. It don't matter what like this stuff goes beyond the physical form, way beyond the physical form. For all you know, we talk about Vishnu or something. Hell, it could have been incarnated as your cat, right? And you're sitting here feeding it and yelling at it for shitting on your carpet. And this could literally be a divine spark. But you don't know that it's helping you to evolve. You're a disciple of a cat. You don't even realize it. It could be something like that. It could be something like that. But let's keep going. The sparks thus developed exercise a profound influence on the life swarm of which they form a part, for they are initiates. And I think it's pretty clear when you're one of these. It's pretty clear. It's not something that you have to try to be. It's something that's been with you since you've existed, right? You've always been different from the bunch that you're a part of, and not just by a little bit. You might not dress different or look different, but you damn sure think different. On the outgoing arc of evolution, in the outgoing arc, remember that's the sparks that are going out for the first time. On the outgoing arc of evolution, initiation is performed by contact with a life of a swarm on the returning arc. So remember, that first class that has gone out, it reaches the end of the universe and it starts to make its way back. Now, by the time it's making its way back, that second class has started. So at some point, they're going to cross paths. And not just at some point. She told you which point they cross paths. It typically happens around, what did she say? Is it the sixth sphere she said that happens on? I don't know, but it always tends to happen. So now we're starting to get into initiation. What do you think? Could it be that those individual sparks who show special reactionary capacity attract the attention of the ones that are coming home? Let's see. Well, let me read that last line one more time. On the outgoing arc of evolution, initiation is performed by contact with the life of a swarm on the returning arc. Thus, initiation enables the initiate to cut across the arc of evolution. Thus, initiation enables the initiate to cut across the arc of evolution and to obtain the reactionary capacities by sympathetic induction instead of the lengthy process of experience. Oh, neat. More light. Initiation on the returning arc, right, coming in, however, is, however, a different process, which will be considered in due course. See, she keeps teasing with that due course. I want to hear about it now. But she's making sure we read everything to get there. The function of initiates on the outgoing arc is to enable their swarms to adapt themselves more speedily to the condition of a newly achieved plane, because they have acquired some concept of the nature of these conditions. Thus, initiation on the outgoing arc enables an initiate to immerse himself more readily in matter. Let's go back over this again, considering those of you who are initiates, right? And what your baseline purpose is on this plane. The function of initiates on the outgoing arc, right? So the exceptional students of the class, is to the function of those initiates is to enable their swarms, to adapt themselves more speedily to the condition of a newly achieved plane, because they have acquired some concept of the nature of these conditions. Have you acquired some concept of the nature of the next plane? Thus, initiation on the outgoing arc enables an initiate to immerse himself more readily in the matter. Really consider this now. We're talking about these life sparks, these swarms that are gathering information and experiences and reactions, right? And then once all the reactions are gathered, we evolve. Think about what we're doing when we meditate and when we chant mantras and when we're doing these different inner experiences and this inner work, right? We're gaining new experiences, new information, and we're adapting ourselves to a different plane, right? This is information that most people don't have in their vocabulary. So perhaps these experiences that we get is from a space that our group swarm is eventually going to evolve into. And perhaps we're getting these experiences so that we can digest them and translate them to make it easier for the rest of the class. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Even if maybe that's why compassion is so important. Maybe that's why it's unwise to focus on the distractions and the petty bullshit. Maybe we're not even doing the work for ourselves, but for the rest of the class. Let's continue. Framestar Films, peace, peace. Let us now consider the condition of the first swarm when it returns once more to the sphere of divine influence. Okay. It issued forth as a cloud of sparks. It returns as an organized set of magnetic, capillary, mass momentum, centrifugal, centripetal, and vertical stresses. You talking to the Rolex wearing, kiss stealing, woo, wheeling, dealing. That sounded like a Ric Flair line. It issued forth as a cloud of sparks. It returned as an organized set of magnetic, capillary, mass momentum, centrifugal, centripetal, and vertical stresses. The logos is then confronted by an organization that approximates in influence to its own. So it goes out as a cloud of sparks, but it comes back evolved. It comes back refined. It comes back shaped. right? It comes back as something specific. Limousine riding, jet flying, son of a gun. Woo! Pimp, nasty, funky chicken, and stick at your pimp. Wheeling, dealing, Rolex wearing, capillary, mass momentum, centrifugal. Okay, so it issues forth as raw, unconditioned consciousness, and it comes back as something specific. The logos is then confronted by an organization that approximates in influence to its own. Right? So the logos is now face to face with an organization with just about the same powers and abilities as itself. Right? The God of the universe is now confronted with something that is much like itself. Because remember, we got the cosmos, which is the big circle, and the universe, which is the little circle. These sparks come from the cosmos, and they enter into the universe. Now, the universe is the God of its own dream, and these sparks enter into that dream, and the dream conditions those sparks so that they become Rolex wearing, wheeling, dealing, limousine riding, jet flying sons of guns. But what happens when that evolution starts to get more and more and more refined, the logos, the God of this universe, right, the demiurge, whatever, it is now face to face. It's confronted by an organization that approximates in influence to its own, right? Ye will become like gods. Is it not written that ye are gods? Woo! Yeah, I need to start learning me some Ric Flair lines. Curve says the swarms must be like domino effects, like we come here, learn, and then go around our own swarms in our daily lives and influence others. Just an idea. I think that's how it works. And you know what? I think that it's not even entirely direct. I think it's also vibrational. It's also vibrational. And what I mean is, it don't have to be direct contact. It's as if we get this information, and just by us changing, it changes those around us as well. Especially because, like what you said on the last page, lower vibration syncs up with objects of higher vibration. I mean, isn't that why we get these crystals and sit them all around our homes and take Instagram videos and talk about cleaning out our solar plexus chakra and all that good stuff? Isn't that why we do that? Good stuff. So the logos becomes confronted by an organization that approximates an influence to its own. Whatever reactions the logos may impose upon its universe will encounter the organized opposition of the first swarm, right? Whatever reactions the logos may impose upon its universe, because this universe is a dream of the logos, little circle, will encounter the organized opposition of the first swarm. The logos, however, works not in opposition to that which it has itself created, but acts as a synthesizer between the cosmos by which it is influenced and the organization which now forms a conditioning influence in its universe. Middleman, right? I am the way, the truth, and the light. Uh-oh. Curve said, is that moldavite? Absolutely. Tibetan quartz and moldavite. Framestar Film says C minor and C major, ABSB, as above, so below. Thinking of the scales, major and minor, as macrocosm and microcosm. Interesting. All All right, so the logos, however, works not in opposition to that which it has itself created, but acts as a synthesizer between the cosmos by which it is influenced, and the organization which now forms a conditioning influence in its universe. By its perception of this organization, a corresponding image rises in its consciousness, and the great entity is thus conditioned by the conditions of its universe. And therefore, all cosmic influences are transmuted under the influence of that condition communicated to the universe. Why? Because she's telling us about the relationship between the sparks of life, right? Us as individuals, the children of God, the God itself, and then the great God of everything. So there's a cosmos, which is the ultimate Most High. Then there's also a local Most High, which is asleep and dreaming. It's self-reflecting within itself. And within that dream, within that self-reflection, it has created a replica of everything that's in the cosmos. This is where that microcosm and macrocosm begins. But here's the thing. What exists in the cosmos is this cosmic outpouring of life sparks. And they spurt out in groups, right? It's like consistent splashes. And those splashes become a new class. They become a new wave. And they leave as just a cloud of sparks. And they travel all the way through the edges of existence. And they bounce off the firmament of existence and come right back to the center. But when they come back, the journey has transformed them into something very special and very unique. Now, that's what's happening as above. It's also happening so below, within the dream of God, within the dream of the logos, within the dream of the great entity. Now, guess what? The great entity used to be one of those sparks. So as these sparks enter into the dream of the great entity, and they begin to evolve, right? That first class, they begin to evolve. And their evolution has an impact on the dreamer, because the dreamer becomes aware of these things, of these evolving spirits, these evolving sparks of consciousness, and it modifies and adjusts its dream based on what these sparks have learned, based on the reactions that these sparks have picked up within the dream. It's like a self-learning AI kind of deal, like an AI that is learning and learning and learning and evolving. It no longer needs the help of a human being, right? Right, so these sparks that evolve and they bounce off the edge of existence and come back, wheeling and dealing, they come back evolved. When I say evolved, they're not just sparks floating around gathering experience. They've learned, remember, because at one point they crossed the threshold. They cross the threshold and they see existence being created from nothing. They see it with their own experience. That becomes one of their reactions. So eventually, as they evolve, they become just like the Most High. They're made in the image of the Most High, and they become equal to the Most High in power now, in capability, right? Not in position, because they don't realize what's going on. The difference between this logos, this Most High here, is that it's been around longer. It is its dream that we're in. It is its matrix that we're in. And now it's paying attention to these swarms of consciousness and changing the dream to accommodate with them and with they've organized. There's no competition here. There's no fighting. There's no, oh, I got to keep the spirits locked down so they don't overthrow me. None of that nonsense. Like that's human trauma being projected onto this process. Because look what she says, the logos, however, works not in opposition to that which it has itself created. That doesn't make any sense if it did. But acts as a synthesizer between the cosmos right? The ultimate reality and the illusion. So in that way, the dream is influencing the dreamer. Just trying to break that down so that we're all on the same page. Enchanted Cottage 333. Good evening, my favorite tarot reader in the whole world. I hope you're doing well. Ralts, peace. Lance Benefield, peace and greetings. Ralts says, WTF. I was just pretending to be Travis Magus, streaming, reading books in my head for fun. And then I come on here and now the real Travis Magus is streaming, reading books. Ah, the logos. The logos. Elisha Eternal says, got me thinking AI is going through the same process. Absolutely. And I'm quite certain at this point, in fact, I've been this certain since like 2006, that this whole AI stuff is preparation for the consciousness that inhabits humanity to move into the next vehicle. Because like I said, we've about mastered the human existence. There ain't nothing new that human existence can do. We've done it all. All right, let's keep going. Alchemy Gold, peace. Now, I didn't say that AI is there yet, but it's inevitable that that's what's going to happen. So, the Logos has now acquired the same reactionary capacities by contemplation of the evolved swarm that the swarm acquired by experience of the planes. So check this out now. As this swarm of consciousness, right? The swarm, the class, right? Because these are classes like freshman class, sophomore class, junior class, senior class. These waves, these classes, as they are going through incarnation after incarnation, gathering experiences like the metaphor I gave before, landing on a planet, gathering up material of a four-legged beast and doing all the four-legged beast stuff possible, climbing trees, eating coconuts, biting each other, all that, millions of years of reactions to the environment. All that data is accumulated until there's literally nothing else to learn. The bodies are left behind on that planet, but the information goes up with that group soul and moves on to the next plane. And check this out. The same way that you didn't know anything, and then you slowly started to learn and learn and learn, the more stuff that you learn, the more patterns that you see, right? The more that you learn, the more patterns you begin to see. So the way that you live, the way that you experience life changes. Data changes. Knowledge is power. It transforms how you frame reality. So just imagine, right? Because look, imagine before you picked up a single magic book, what you thought about life and spirituality and God and magic, right? Imagine before coming to my YouTube channel and watching these videos, before taking my classes, before reading any of these books, what you thought about these subjects, which is really just what other people told you. But after reading book after book and seeing example after example, connecting dot after dot, the bigger picture is now clear. You can see what you've been missing. You can make sense of this thing. You can move with more intent in a specific direction instead of just grasping around in the dark. Now you can see your path. But just imagine what it's like to collect all the data from the entire human race. I mean, isn't that what the internet is doing? As above, so below. Y'all worried about Bill Gates buying up all the farms, but you're missing the point. Imagine what knowledge of the entire human race. Imagine what dots that can connect. Imagine what patterns will become revealed. Imagine how something like that could evolve you. Like, if you really understood what this is all about, like, think about, and me too, right? Think about how small our world is, y'all. Like, think about how small your world is. You might only go to like 3 or 4 places: work, school, your friend's house, right? You might go to some club or some bar that you go to. There's only like a handful of places you go, but the world is so large. When you go to another city, another state, another region, another country, you start to see how big the world is. Something like that changes everything. So just imagine getting the data from all of human experience. That's what's collected. Now, once that's all collected, God itself observes that, and even God transforms. Right? That's what it's saying here. Even the logos, the great entity that's dreaming this dream, even it learns something new. And in that way is how we influence the universe, how we influence the creator, how we influence the creator's creator. Veronica Archaga, good evening. Peace, peace. Love you, Veronica. GSH Alabama says, Exodus 23, thou shalt have no other gods before me. Are you saying that you're a god and we should not have any other gods before you? Now I see why that comment was deleted. The Logos has now acquired the same reactionary capacities by contemplation of the evolved swarm that the swarm acquired by experience of the planes. The Logos has now acquired the same reactionary capacities by contemplation of the evolved swarm that the swarm acquired by experience of the plane. So look, it's as if the Logos needs us to experience so that it can grow. The Logos, its body is the universe. So it can't come down here and play Candy Crush on an iPhone. But human beings can play Candy Crush on an iPhone. Somebody beat all them levels. And somebody's going to take that data back up to the Logos, right? The Logos doesn't have thumbs. It doesn't have a job to pay for an iPhone or Wi-Fi or a T-Mobile bill, but it has a planet with human beings on it. And all the experiences that we learn and all the experiences that the monkeys learn and the donkeys and the lizards and the mosquitoes and the hornets, all that data is collected up, and the Logos learns from that, from those patterns. Therefore, the divine entity and the divine manifestation vibrate synchronicity. Therefore, the divine entity and the divine manifestation vibrate synchronously, and are at one. Think about Purusha and Prakriti, right? Divine entity, Purusha, divine manifestation, Prakriti, Shiva Shakti. Look at that. Therefore, the divine entity and the divine manifestation vibrate synchronously and are at one. And after a period of compensating action and reaction, they evolve a rhythm. Cosmic sex. The logoidal vibrations are extended to the group spirit of the swarm. And the group spirit of the swarm is absorbed in the consciousness of the great entity. Alchemy Gold says, but how? If there's nothing new under the sun, it's been done before. You're absolutely right. But at this point here, we're not under the sun. The sun ain't even here yet. We're above and beyond the sun at this point. This specific individual personal manifestation, yeah, we can say that's quote unquote under the sun. But this level of the logos, of this divine entity, of the universe, that wouldn't be under the sun. Why? Because at this level, we're still talking about archetypal forces. There's nothing new under manifestation. But again, that's why earlier I reread over those specific parts about consciousness and also about how abstract motion influences the universe. Let me see if I can find it again. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay, so check this out. So look at this, right? Because you asked a good question, nothing new under the sun. Just consider this part here. Either a unit or a ring, when once established, can move as a whole. And when this movement of an object takes place, there are two factors present: the object which moves and the movement it makes, right? So there's an object that moves and the movement it makes. Look at this. The movement apart from the object is of the same nature as the movement which give rise to the object. So the movement itself, apart from the object, the movement is of the same nature as the movement which gives rise to the object. In other words, there was an original movement, and that original movement eventually created the object. And now that object moves just like the movement that created it. In other words, it's just like you plant a seed and you can only get fruit of the same kind. If something is born out of red zone movement, it's going to manifest as a red zone thing, and it's going to do red zone stuff. Look what she says here. Whenever you get an uncoordinated movement, such as the tangential movement of atoms before they're coordinated, there is a permanency of rhythms, and therefore no form is coordinated. So look, when you got this chaos, right, with no coordination, that chaos in a way is permanent. It continues to just be chaos because it has no order. But the moment that it begins to come into chaos, to order, look what happens. As soon as compensatory coordination is established, forms of abstract movement are built. That's the key word, abstract, right? So as soon as this chaos begins to come into order, it creates form, right? Forms of abstract movement. Again, we're not even on the manifest dimension yet. We're still talking about the movement of energy here. But let's keep going. Forms of abstract movement are built. This principle applies to many considerations and is therefore elaborated here in order that it may be available for future reference. And when the abstract archetypes of anything, we're not under the sun at this point. We're still in the unmanifest. When the abstract archetypes of anything are referred to, you will know that it is this replica of a rhythm that is impacted on another plane as a vibration which is referred to. This is the key to the nature of memory. Remember what she said, there's a movement first, and that movement creates manifestation. And that manifestation will move like the movement that created it. So in order to tell what a thing is, you observe how it behaves, you observe the patterns. Because if it's chaos, it will not have a form. It doesn't create a form, and it's locked into non-existence. That's why chaos is blackness. That's why it's that chaos sea of just nothing. Right? Because it doesn't ever come into a compensating coordinated pattern. But once order begins, it takes form and it starts to establish motion and movement. But let's keep going. And then this last part, because you asked your question, how does the logos learn if nothing is new under the sun? And we're just going to break that down instead of skip over it. So she then goes on to say that, where's it at? Not there, but the next page. Yeah, this is it. You'll also perceive that the order of evolution in a universe is the opposite, because a universe reflected from the mirror of consciousness, etc. Okay, so here, remember, abstract was the key. The coordinated patterns create these abstract forms. Look, abstract movement gives rise to forces in the cosmos. We're still not even at a manifest thing. Abstract movement gives rise to forces in the cosmos. Forms give rise to abstract movement in a universe. So remember, the universe is the small circle. The cosmos is the big circle. The universe is the dream, the illusion. The cosmos is the reality. The cosmos is the macrocosm. The universe is the microcosm. Look, abstract movement gives rise to forces in the cosmos. But check this out. There's force and form. Forms give rise to abstract movement in a universe. Okay, so look what forms do within the illusion, within the matrix. Look what forms do within the matrix. Forms give rise to abstract movement within the matrix. But what's so important about abstract movement? Why did I say abstract was key? Because look, abstract movement gives rise to forces in the cosmos. So look, forms give rise to abstract movement in the universe and thereby link themselves onto the cosmos, of which more later. It is therefore essential in a universe to have a form. It is therefore essential in a universe, the dream, the illusion, to have a form in order to evolve to cosmic level, macrocosm, the big stuff, thereby enabling them to link themselves onto the cosmic atoms that gave rise to them, thereby making these cosmic atoms into great entities, the logos, the god of this reality, the demiurge, right? The dreamer of the dream, right? Giving rise to the cosmic atoms that gave rise to them, thereby making these cosmic atoms into great entities. Thus, do the atomic planes of the cosmos evolve. This is the secret of God in man. He is related primarily not to the God of his universe, right? The God of this universe, who is his conditioner. The God of this universe conditions us, shapes us, influences us. But man is related primarily to his creator, who is a corresponding atom in the cosmos, the big universe, who creates but has no power to condition, because it itself is conditioned by the great entity of which it forms a part. A strange triangle, but there is a dreamer who is the child of the actual reality. Now, the dreamer is having a dream where the seeds of the actual reality is in there, and those seeds become living entities within that dream. Those living entities within that dream are just like the ultimate creator, but they're inside of a dream. So they influence the dreamer based on their experiences and what they learn. From this level, right? From this energetic level, but from the perspective of just a regular old human being, there isn't much. It goes deeper, right? Because we talked about also how these life swarms enter into the planet, and then they have to evolve gradually, learning different experiences, mastering different manifestations. There's a lot of repetition going on in that aspect of the process. All right, back to these sparks. Back to how these sparks condition the logos. The logos has now acquired the same reactionary capacities by contemplation of the evolved swarm that the swarm acquired by experience of the planes. Therefore, the divine entity and the divine manifestation vibrate synchronously. and are at one. And after a period of compensating action and reaction, they evolve a rhythm. The logoidal vibrations are and we can say that that's Tantra. The logoidal vibrations are extended to the group spirit of the swarm, and the group spirit of the swarm is absorbed in the consciousness of the great entity. The individual sparks, however, maintain their individuality, but their group spirit is no longer a separate entity, but has become at one with it, and therefore it is at one with the logoidal consciousness, so that the oversoul of the swarm is the logos itself. Dang. That's like getting signed to a major label. That's like being an independent animator and like a major company takes up your show and funds it. Gives you all the resources. So the individual sparks maintain their individuality, right? That's cool. But the group spirit that they belong to is no longer a separate entity, but has become at one with it. And therefore, the group spirit is at one with the logoidal consciousness, so that the oversoul of the swarm is the logos itself. This is the goal of evolution of a life swarm. The atonement, at-one-ment, I knew that was coming. The at-one-ment, atonement of the group soul with the logoidal consciousness, whereby the logos receive the fruits of the evolution. It may now be asked, whither go the sparks? Whither go the sparks? In the case of the Lords of Flame, they are so completely withdrawn from the manifested universe that they cease to be upon the planes of manifestation, but remain at the central point of impactation, maintaining a balancing action and reaction between the manifest and the unmanifest. Some, however, succeed in making contact with their corresponding cosmic atoms, and these pass out of the sphere of logoidal evolution to experience the life of a traveling atom in the cosmos. Those that do not so proceed remain as conditioning influencers in the universe, being at one with the logoidal mind, are able to execute the logoidal will. The forms which they built in the course of their evolution form part of the framework of the universe, and as such are stereotyped. But whenever the logos desires to effect compensatory actions in response to the uncoordinated responses of an evolving universe, it is by means of the Lords of Flame, thus freed from the bonds of manifestation, that this is achieved. And he made his ministering spirits a flame of fire, and flames of fire were his ministering spirits. The Lords of Flame are concerned in basic natural forces. Hazard Pie says angels. That's what it sounded like to me so far. That's what it sounded like to me so far. The Lords of Form, likewise, on completing their evolution, undergo similar adjustments, and when the Logos, having received a new concept from an evolving swarm, desires to impress an archetypal concept upon a swarm in process of evolution, it is the Lords of Form that are employed for the process. Their method we will study later. Lords of form, likewise, on completing their evolution, lords of form, likewise, on completing their evolution, undergo similar adjustments. And when the logos, having received a new concept from an evolving swarm, desires to impress an archetypal concept upon a swarm in process of evolution, it is the lords of form that are employed for the process. Their method will be studied later. Okay, so the Lords of Flame, it seems like they create the archetypes from their experience of being first. The Lords of Form are literally used to build those archetypes. The Lords of Mind, likewise, upon their return, are assimilated to the divine consciousness and employed as mediators between the Logos and his universe. Now, be it recalled that the Lords of Mind established individuation, and they deal essentially as individuals with individuals, whereas the Lords of Form deal with group souls. The Lords. Dang. So it's like if you're wanting to tap into and influence the morphogenetic field, it's like that's who you would be dealing with. And what a concept, like just to really sink in that the physical body and its functions and archetypes belongs to it answers to its own spirit. I'm telling you. So does the mind itself. And so does the spirit. It's almost like they're three different species that have decided to come together and work as a single manifestation. Like what I said is not literally exactly what it is, but it's like that, right? It's like three different companies came together to create one specific entity. Louis just dropped that key reminder there. My gnosis says, look at how the masses rather work on body versus how many want to work on the mind. Think about what Dion Fortune said in that passage that I asked you all to read in the Mystical Kabbalah. And she talked about some people stop at the body, some people stop at the intellect, but the initiate goes deeper, right? Some people want to stop at the body, and that's the majority, right? Because it's easy. Sex, fun, experience, all that body stuff. That's like the end of their experience. That's as deep as they want to go. And some people want to go deep with the mind and intellectualize. But even that has a limit, right? You can get to a limit on that intellectual stuff. And then there's the spirit. There's the spirit. And see, the thing with spirit is you learn that at some point you got to leave both body and intellect behind in order to access this information. There's a certain level of this info here that the intellect can't even grasp. Because if you use the intellect to do that, you're forcing things to fit, right? You're just trying to make things sound good so it makes sense. That's why the spirit is abstract and it deals with metaphors, because it's like this. It's not exactly that. There is no exact when it comes to spirit, at least not in a manifested way. It's about patterns, relationships, and patterns of relationships. But yeah, see, even knowing that though, having that knowledge right there, now you can see it. Now you can see it. The Lords of Mind are the initiators of our present evolution. and as such will receive much reference in the course of these teachings. It is who, able to react upon all planes of manifestation, range up and down the planes, performing adjustments by exercising compensatory stresses when the faculty of epigenesis has disordered an evolution. Louis says, exactly. That's why when you talk about abstract ideas, people can't meet you there. They think you're crazy. Right. That's why NLP is such a wonderful skill, because it teaches you how to communicate with people on their level. It really doesn't, for you, just for you to learn this stuff, that's fine. Learn it how you learn it. But if your goal is to communicate these teachings to other people, you literally have to learn how to break this stuff down into simplicity. And when you start trying to do that and getting feedback from the people in your life, you'll see just how difficult of a task that can be. Taking something like this and breaking it down to where just a average, everyday person can grasp it and not run from it, that's an art form, and it's also a skill that takes much practice. Look at how, just look at this. This is what Dion Fortune is translating from pure vibration. Just imagine what she actually got. All right, let's keep going. So, the Lords of Mind, they're initiators of our present evolution. And they perform adjustments by exercising compensatory stresses when the faculty of epigenesis has disordered an evolution. Who knows what the word epigenesis means? Epigenesis. Trying some oat milk in this coffee this time. Not terrible. I think I'm gonna have to get used to it though. Certainly a different taste. Anna Molly says creation outside original creation. Creation outside original creation. Okay. Enchanted Cottage says changes in genetic structure. Hazard Pie says stuff passed down through genetics. MC Maestro, peace and welcome. Now we can officially begin. Isis. Upon a plane where they function. Oh, can't have that. Upon a plane where they function, they are simply a center of force. Therefore, they are unperceived by the denizens of that plane. You might want to picture this, right? Upon a plane, these Lords of Mind, upon a plane where they function, they are simply a center of force. So imagine a center of force on a specific plane, right? Therefore, they are unperceived by the denizens of that plane. They can, however, by the assistance of a vehicle of that plane, detach certain elements to form nuclei for the building of vehicles in the matter of that plane. Hence the concept of the virgin birth. Ooh. Shoot. I ain't never heard it like that before, Dion. So, And therefore it is that those who are known as the saviors are always represented as born of agamogenesis. Okay, now I definitely need somebody to look up the word agamogenesis. That's one I haven't heard. They bring their own life impulse. Nothing but the accretion of matter is required for their manifestation. Think about that now. So she's talking about a virgin birth. Nothing but the accretion of matter. Look, all I need is a body. I'm already created. I'm already here. And I've been here for a minute. All I need is a body. Like Master Chief said, I need a weapon. Just give me a vehicle. Lila S. says, epigenetics is the study of how your behaviors and environment can cause... Oh, where'd it go? She deleted it. Lord have mercy. Oh, that's why she deleted it. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Sunshine Chick says, form of reproduction that does not involve the fusion of male and female gametes. MC Maestro says, agamogenesis means asexual reproduction, like how a tree can mate with itself. I see. So let's go back through that whole thing. And again, like I said, I want you to visualize this so you can get an image in your head. That helps it to stick longer. That helps you to remember it. So let's imagine this plane. If you don't want to think about the astral plane, think about the physical plane. But just think of a plane to conceptualize this. Upon a plane where they function, who? The lords of mind. Upon a plane where they function, they are simply a center of force. Take a minute and look at how you visualize a center of force. Now you're thinking abstract. Therefore, they are unperceived by the denizens of that plane. So there's already members of that plane. They can't perceive these lords of mind because they require a vehicle, just like the denizens are walking around in a vehicle. They can, however, by the assistance of a vehicle of that plane, detach certain elements to form nuclei for the building of vehicles in the matter of that plane. Detach certain elements. That's where that agamogenesis comes from. Detach certain elements to form nuclei for the building of vehicles in the matter of that plane. Hence the concept of the virgin birth. And therefore it is that those who are known as the saviors are always represented as born of agamogenesis. They bring their own life impulse. Nothing but the accretion of matter is required for their manifestation. In this outline, we have traced the development of a manifested universe up to the point where the divine sparks of the prime swarms have returned to the logos, achieved atonement, and function as intermediaries between the logos and his universe. It will be recalled that the logos has three prime aspects. Each of the three prime swarms was projected into manifestation under an impulse of one of the prime aspects of the logos, and therefore may be regarded as the representative of that aspect to the universe. These three prime manifestations are of a different degree to all the others. Oat milk ain't bad, actually. Okay, so it will be recalled that the logos has three prime aspects. Each of the three prime swarms was projected in... Oh, and she did mention that too, right? The first swarm that goes out, they kind of set the bar for what kind of forms can take place. Then that second class goes through, eventually meets up with that first class, and they learn, they become initiated, they gather information, and they cross information back and forth. Now that third swarm that goes through, they never meet the first swarm. But there has been a lot of work carved out and done for that third swarm. So she says each of the 3 prime swarms, the 3 first ones, was projected into manifestation under an impulse of one of the 3 prime aspects of the logos. Now it makes sense, right? Because that's what she said. I believe the third swarm was the Lord of Form, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, each one of those swarms relate to a Lord of Fire, a Lord of Form, and a Lord of Mind. And these 3 prime manifestations are of a different degree to all the others. Subsequent life swarms develop under the logos, plus the regents. Oh, yeah. J. Baldhill says the gunas. I gotta keep that in mind. Yeah. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Written in clay. Peace, peace. Lance Benefield says avatars. Absolutely. Hazard Pie says slime mold. Taking it back to science class. Framestar Film says light of hermaphrodite. Yep, agamogenesis. Matthew Watson says the true gathering. All right, let's keep going. Subsequent life swarms develop under the logos plus the regents, and as in addition to the 3 prime aspects derived from the rings of the cosmos, there's our original 3, right? The logos also reacts to the influence of the 12 cosmic rays. Subsequent evolutions are characterized by the influence of the rays which predominated at the time when they received the logoidal impulse. As these cosmic impulses are received by the logos by means of the zodiacal initiations. Is this the first time we've seen the word zodiac? I think this might be the first time. Somebody let me know if we've already come across this specific word yet. As these cosmic impulses are received by the logos by means of zodiacal initiations, the group spirits of the swarms thus developed are known as star logoi, called ray exemplars in earlier editions. Okay, the group spirits. As these cosmic impulses are received by the logos by means of the zodiacal initiations, the group spirits of the swarms thus developed are known as the star logoi. These are closely concerned with types and the evolving sparks. Sheesh. Monica Lawan says, I think it's only been implied until now. Yeah, because I mean, I picked it up, right? Because 12 was always going to relate back to the zodiac. I was just making sure she didn't make it explicit yet, but I think now she's gradually giving us words we understand. Louis says, yo, Bailey goes in on the 12 rays. Yeah. And see, here's the thing, like I keep saying, in the early 1900s and a little bit before that, when the Western world, when the white world began to tap into Eastern philosophy, right? When Blavatsky went to India, and the people who created the Golden Dawn, like Regardie went there, Crowley went there, I believe Dion Fortune went to India. When they first started getting this information there and comparing it with other stuff that they've already had, when they started to put together the Western philosophy, it pretty much branched off into two directions: the Theosophical Society type stuff and the Golden Dawn type stuff. Right? So I'm not saying that it all came from India, but I'm saying that a massive level of understanding came from India. There's pieces of this all over the world, for sure. We know that. There's pieces of this stuff in every continent. And one side went to the Theosophical Society. That's where you have your Blavatsky. That's where you have Annie Besant. That's where you have the guy who wrote The Astral Body and the Etheric Body, etc., etc. And then on the other side, the Golden Dawn side, we know them folks. Jay Balthale says Golden Dawn type beat, right? We know the Israel Regardie and the McGregor Mathers, Crowley, Dion Fortune, Gareth Knight. Rest in peace, my peoples. But anyways, yeah, so the awesome thing about this book I like is that this is almost like the Golden Dawn style with using the language of the Theosophical Society style. Like it's kind of like a connection point between the two for me so far. Thank you, Matthew Watson. A.E. Powell was the guy that wrote The Astral Plane and the Etheric Plane. Ghost Panther 22 says, was the lesser banishing of the pentagram originate in the East? For the most part, most of the rituals that oh yeah, Rudolf Steiner, can't forget him. Thank you, Tivetai. The answer is yes. You can find a text called, what's it called? I see the yantra in my head, but I'm not able to think of the book title. The short answer, yes. There's like a really old book full of a bunch of different meditations and rituals, and there's one that is eerily similar to the LBRP. I can't remember the title, but I see the yantra in my head. There have been at least 2 Western occult books based on that text. One of them I call the Black Book. If you've taken my Inner Light Society class, you probably have the Black Book. But yeah, to answer your question, Ghost Panther, absolutely. Maestro says, I know there's a similar ritual in ancient medieval China. Yes. Minosis says, how do you join these classes? Well, my next class, I guess, it's going to be the Cyclomancy and the Shadow Work as a bundle together. I'm taking in students for that starting tomorrow. But I'm going to be implementing more of the stuff into my membership on my website. Now, it will thus be seen that each swarm, after it has achieved atonement with the logos, performs the part of compensator or counterpoise in the work of evolution. For, with the coming in of epigenesis, comes also the risk of developments out of harmony with the logoidal nature. With the coming of epigenesis comes also the risk of developments out of harmony with the logoidal nature. Likewise, these evolved swarms are employed to convey to the outgoing sparks the fruits of evolution that have been achieved, and thus save a needless recapitulation of reactions already stereotyped in the universe. We have now concluded a description and outline of the evolution of the Logos and his regents, who condition all future evolutions. This concludes the second section of the teaching. Oh, we're getting through this thing. We are getting through this thing. Okay. Enchanted Cottage says, will that be on your website to join? So do we sign up through the website membership? All right, so yeah, I will be posting a link tomorrow, and I will be posting it on my Instagram story, as well as the community page on the YouTube, and also my website. And I'll be making a video just explaining, what's going on with it, and I'll kind of be promoting that for the next week or so, up until class, actually begins. Good stuff. All right, everybody, we made it to section 3. We have made it to section 3. How do we feel with that? How do we feel about it? All right. So we've completed section 1, we've completed section 2. Now we're moving on to section 3. And as I said before, with each chapter, we get a little bit more personal. We're bringing it home. We're bringing it home. We can go a little bit more. It ain't too late in the evening. Let me check on the children to make sure that they are occupied and have food in their bellies. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick break, check out the environment, and I'll be right back. Get some more oat milk for this coffee. Oat milk and vanilla shot or whatever it is. BRB. My son's brother made my son a burrito and he didn't like it. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Got him used to that real food. Now he'll accept nothing less. Hey, if you like this video, hit the like button. Like the video. There's a whole 100 more people viewing than there are likes. That's wild. Feeling good, feeling good. All right, my gnosis, peace to you, peace. Catch you on the next one. Have a good evening. Molly says, oh, Big Brother tried. Yeah, it's all good. I just needed to make sure he had something while I was doing this live stream. We're gonna make some Philly cheesesteak after this. All from scratch. Now I'm ready. Okay, so here we go. Louis says, what you sipping on, Travis? Cup of Joe or tea? Red Bull, perhaps. It's a cup of Joe. Trying out some oat milk creamer instead of the traditional with all that soybean oil in it. I mean, not that I mind. Try to be a little bit healthier when I can. Okay, so section 3, chapter 19, tabulated summary of influences. We're going to see some interesting concepts here. I'm sure you've seen already the page on your screen. We are now considering the influences under which human evolution takes place. 1. Logoidal influences. A. Cosmic influences acting on the logos, the rings, and the rays, as exemplified by the zodiac and other great entities. B. Modifications of logoidal consciousness, produced by reactions to the evolution of the manifested universe. Okay, we discussed both of those concepts, right? 2. The influences of the manifested universe. Those include A. Plane conditions. B. Influences of star logoi, and we just discussed what those were. C. Influences of planetary spirits. D. Influences of other evolutions sharing the same planet. Aww. 3. Factors of the manifested universe. These factors are stereotypes of reactions which always function on appropriate occasions. Being built up by preceding evolutions, they form the inheritance of each subsequent evolution and are innate capacities. There are very many. We will enumerate certain of the major ones. A. The law of action and reaction, equal and opposite. B. Law of limitations. C. Laws of the 7 deaths. D. Law of the impaction or the transmission of action from one plane to another. E. Law of the aspects of force or polarity. F. Law of attraction of outer space. G. Law of the attraction of the center. Under the influence of these factors, evolution proceeds, and to terms of these factors, it can be reduced. The logoidal influence predominating at the time that a new phase is being developed determines the type of life or vehicle evolved. The logoidal influence predominating at the time that a new phase is being developed determines the type of life or vehicle evolved. That makes me think about the yugas, right? You got your Kali Yuga and your other yugs. There's like a golden age and a bronze age and a copper age and a lead age or something like that. And we go to thinking about, oh, well, that's when humans are either most enlightened or most ignorant. Well, we're talking about reflections here, perhaps. We're dealing with different phases of the great entity, right? Its different phases would certainly impact what age we're in. Maybe that has to do with, oh, age of Aquarius, age of Pisces, right? By the way, let's take a look back at these 3 factors of the manifested universe. And she's talking about these laws. How many letters is it from A to G? How many letters is that? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I count 7. I count 7 different laws. And just to read them back, she said the law of action and reaction, which is equal and opposite. Somebody knows where I'm about to go with this. Law of action and reaction, equal and opposite. Law of limitations. Law of the 7 deaths. Law of the impaction of the transmission of the action from one plane to another. Law of the aspects of force or polarity. Law of attraction of outer space. Law of the attraction of the center. Somebody knows where I'm about to go with this. So, if I'm not mistaken, this book was written in like 1924. I wonder, I know that the Kabbalion was written around the same time frame. I wonder which one came first. I wonder which came first. MC Master said law of limitation from Ophel. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought. But yeah, I'm just wondering about the Kabbalion and whether or not this was an influence with that. Because the Kybalion was written by the team that affiliates with the Theosophical Society. Remember, I talked about the two teams? The people who wrote the Kybalion are affiliated with the Theosophical Society. William Walker Atkinson and his folks. MC Maestro says Kybalion came first. All right, let's go. Let's go. That Law of Seven Deaths is really cool. I did a video on that because like I just saw that chapter and it sounded interesting. So I read that chapter and like inspired me to make a video about it. So I wonder what I'll take away from it this time around. Let's get into this thing though. Logoidal influences, the influences of the manifested universe, and factors of a manifested universe. 20 cosmic influences. Now remember, the cosmos is the big circle, the real, the world of the real. Whoa, I know Kung Fu. Perhaps not enough vanilla in this one. Cosmic influences. Chapter 20. MC Maestro said, Theosophical had an overt impact on history, as I recognize many names without associating them with the occult. Golden Dawn had some prominent figures, but had a subtle, unseen influence. Facts. Golden Dawn was for the initiates. Theosophical Society was more for the general public at large. But the depth of the information wasn't necessarily for the general public. Okay, so you are accustomed to the concepts of astrology which delineate the planetary influences affecting the personality. The subject of our discussion is the cosmic influences affecting the individuality, which may be termed sidereal astrology, in distinction from planetary astrology. Now, do y'all remember when we were talking about the individuality versus, let's see, where was it? The individuality and the personality. There it is, page 74. I knew that. The two aspects of a soul, the two phases, the two aspects of the soul known as the individuality and the personality. The individuality, or the higher self, whether of a great entity or of the microcosmos, which is man, is that series of organized reactions which reached an equilibrium in the preceding phases of evolution. Those phases having passed away, nothing of them remains but the capacities for reaction that have been acquired by that entity. That's the higher self. That's the individuality. And individuality then is a set of stereotyped reaction capacities. That's the individuality. Now, a personality is that set of reaction capacities which the addition of a new factor in evolution has made possible. That which is the personality today will be part of the individuality tomorrow. So, the subject of our discussion is the cosmic influences affecting the individuality, which may be termed sidereal astrology, in distinction from the planetary astrology. You are accustomed to the concepts of astrology which delineate the planetary influences affecting the personality, the lower self. The subject of our discussion is the cosmic influences affecting the individuality, the higher self, which may be termed sidereal astrology, in distinction from planetary astrology.
You have no doubt realized from previous teaching that the universe evolves subject to the determining influence of the logoidal consciousness, and that the logoidal consciousness experiences, in its turn, the influence of the cosmic tides. Therefore, the universe is modified indirectly by the action of the cosmic tides. The cosmic tides consist of influences of the positive and negative phases of the rings. These phases affect the cosmos as a whole, so that the 12 cosmic rays and the 7 cosmic planes function alternately with their positive and negative aspects predominating, which means that when the positive phase predominates, the forces of action, the apex, shall we say, may be conceived of as in the center. When the negative predominates, the apex is at the circumference. Anna Molly says, wow, she's really saying tropical astrology for the body, sidereal for the soul. Right, you got that. That's why I went back to read those two definitions of those words. Hey, must be the money. Thus, in a positive phase, a circuit would consist of an inflowing and outgoing. In a negative phase, an outgoing and inflowing. Got him quick. I mean, got him quick. Good job. Thank you so much. Thus, in a positive phase, a circuit would consist of an inflowing and outgoing. In a negative phase, an outgoing and inflowing. The action of a ray, therefore, differs greatly according to whether it be experienced under a positive or a negative phase of the rings. The action of a ray, therefore, differs greatly according to whether it be experienced under a positive or a negative phase of the rings, so that a great entity may be conceived of as circling round the cosmos in its orbit. What if they're actually showing us pictures of this stuff with like the galaxy and its swirling arms, right? What if we're really seeing what's being described here? What if this stuff is known in the upper echelon of science, and they're giving us accurate depictions? It's just that, you know, we take these words that we're so desensitized to. Man, why does everything swirl around a glowing center? Everything all across this black space. Anyways, so that a great entity may be conceived of as circling round the cosmos in its orbit and receiving the influence of the rays as it passes through their areas, but receiving them alternately under their positive and negative aspects. You know, a really cool thing was happening last night. I love to listen to sounds, right? Y'all hear the music, but sometimes I like to listen to white noise and pink noise and green noise. Green noise is my favorite. Brown noise, blue noise, like I can actually tell the distinction between them, and like they make me feel different. Well, the other night my son was watching a bunch of memes and I was watching with him, and he showed me this beautiful planet. If you can remember it, it's called J1407b. J1407b. And basically it's like Saturn, but its rings damn near go all the way out. They span like the length of our solar system. It's like it's a Jupiter-sized planet, but the rings are like stupid far out. It looks really cool. But anyways, he found this channel that like where they calculate what it would sound like in space. And we were literally sitting there for like an hour listening to the sounds of like 30 or 40 different planets. That's definitely my child. But yeah, check a picture of that out if you can write it down. It's called J1407b. It's a beautiful planet. Would be really cool to meditate on and possibly project yourself there too. There's even a planet I found that's shaped like an egg, because it's like, it kind of looks like Jupiter apparently, but it's so close to its dying sun that the sun is like pulling it because it's a gas giant. The part that's pulled towards the sun is like, it's like an egg, so it's floating around this dying sun with an egg shape because it's like being pulled, the gravity. But anyways, let's get back to this. The evolution proceeding in the universe will be correspondingly modified according to whether that evolution takes place when the logos is experiencing a positive or negative cosmic influence. The calculating of these influences constitutes sidereal astrology. This is the astrology which relates to the lives and fates of group souls and planetary spirits. It concerns the nativities of the heavenly bodies themselves. The basis of this calculation is the precession of the equinoxes. Hazard Pie says, I listened to white noise and meditated on outer space and it was scary. Might try it again now though. If white noise is scary, I suggest trying green noise. That I think is the most understanding of the noises, so to speak. I like pink noise. There's one where it kind of oscillates in frequency, so it sounds like waves. Anyways, YouTube has so many videos like that. Excellent to meditate too, because you really can't hear anything else. Imagine what it's like playing it while you sleep. Changing spiritually, peace. Hadn't seen you in a while. Alchemy Gold says, with that, an obsidian egg. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, again, it concerns the nativities of the heavenly bodies themselves. The basis of this calculation is the precession of the equinoxes. The equinoxes and the cosmic ray phases correlate. The equinoxes and the cosmic ray phases correlate, and there are 4 phases to a ring phase. On that basis, you can calculate out the sidereal influences affecting evolution. So she's saying here that this zodiac stuff that we're talking about, this astrology that we're talking about, isn't just limited to Earth. Have you ever seen a diagram or an image of the zodiac belt? And how really it's conceived as if like you're on the inside of an orange. Like picture being on the middle of an orange, looking out, and you can see like 12 slices going around you. That's more like what the zodiac is. They're like 12 slices going around you, right? But what she's saying here is it's more likely to think of that as encompassing the entire cosmos itself. Tive Tai says, Gustav Holst, The Planets. They have a soundtrack of an orchestra of the planets. Yes, I'm aware of that. Good stuff there. So the equinoxes and the cosmic ray phases correlate, and there are 4 phases to a ring phase. On that basis, you can calculate out the sidereal influences affecting evolution. Remembering this, however, that these influences do not affect human lives directly, but affect the planetary spirits, which, in their turn, influence the mental and karmic atmosphere in which a soul reacts. The mental and karmic atmosphere in which a soul reacts. And the planetary spirits themselves are modified by the tracks in space described about them by the evolution of a group soul of any life swarm that is progressing through their sphere. Drigo says, just remember, guys, interdimensional beings that are called demons are on this earth to deceive us. We must use the Bible as the cornerstone. Drigo, just remember yourself. There is no we, there's just you. I believe that rule that you just stated applies to you and you alone. And Amali says, she's saying Sidereal is so big it's got the whole planet in its grip. Graha. That sounds kind of nice. Graha. Graha, the grip of karma. I'm familiar with that word. So, the planetary spirits themselves are modified by the tracks in space described about them by the evolution of a group soul of any life swarm that is progressing through their sphere. So that, although the logoidal influences are remutable, modifications of these influences are introduced in the course of transmission. So that the astrology of the ancients, though fundamentally true, is not strictly accurate at the present day. The developments caused by evolution must be allowed for. Therefore, those aspects which in primitive times might be interpreted as war and bloodshed, at the present time might be interpreted as a conflict of ideas. The planetary aspects at the time of the Darwinian controversy would have meant war at an earlier stage. Sidereal astrology should always be calculated in relation to the race before any horoscope of an individual of that race is cast. Group mind and group souls are subject to sidereal astrology. Individuals to planetary plus sidereal astrology. I see. Work out the equinoctial positions. From that, you can calculate the ring influence. This will enable you to know whether the heavenly house is in its positive or negative. Where is the equinox right now? $42. All right, so work out the equinoctial positions. From that, you can calculate the ring influence. This will enable you to know whether the heavenly house is in its positive or negative. With within the positive or negative aspect. And this will tell you what aspect of the logos is in function. Whatever aspect be thus energized will stimulate the corresponding aspects and all manifestations. Right? So remember what was said before, or the metaphor example that I gave before about how as the great entity began, right, and it traveled through red zone, it gathered red zone behavior. And anytime we go back through red zone, we start behaving like red zone again. And, this sounds a whole lot like, oh, it's Aquarius season, it's Scorpio season, it's Taurus season, it's Leo season, right? And then the Leo nature of everyone and everything begins to express itself. Quiet, leave or get a timeout. He's got two band hammers hovering above his head. Oh. Let's see how it goes. So, breaking down and building up aspects depend on the cosmic rings, and the particular form of destruction or construction depends on the cosmic ray. These prime conditions underlie all others and frequently falsify the best made calculations. In addition to these, the regular and calculable influences of the cosmos, there are the irregular influences caused by the passing of other great entities upon other spheres or planets. Upon other spheres or planets of the cosmos, as previously referred to. You will find the particulars on this subject in a previous chapter. There is no method which you are capable of grasping whereby such influences can be reduced to a calculable system. Damn. There is no method which you are capable of grasping whereby such influences can be reduced to a calculable system, but they will be found to correlate with the approach of the comets. I like that. There is a system, but not one which you're capable of understanding. Some, therefore, are known to you, for some of the comets have their orbits calculated. Some are still unknown to human thought, but give adequate notice of their approach by the disturbances induced in other heavenly bodies. The astrology of the comets have been but little worked out and would repay attention. The best method of calculation is through the spectroscopic record of a comet. This will enable its chemical composition to be deduced, and the proportions of the elements will give the necessary clue to the nature, especially the proportion of the metals, which, being referred to their appropriate correspondences, will furnish the key to the problem of good and evil, the fruit of the tree of knowledge. MC Maestro says, is that what everyone means by Nibiru? That's exactly what I was thinking. Thus, it can be seen of what the force is the support or pillar. It can be seen of what the force is the support or pillar for. That which it supports will have its activity intensified, so that that which should be a negative phase may unexpectedly become positive. Okay. So we can say that there is a certain thing, but within it is a whole lot of red zone behavior, right? So it's supported by a heavy pillar of red zone behavior. We can tell that through its actions, right? So it says here, thus it can be seen of what the force is the support or pillar. For that which it supports will have its activity intensified, so that that which should be a negative phase may unexpectedly become positive. Alchemy Gold says, reminds me of the eclipse we just had. Yeah. Anna Molly says, the fact this book is 100 years old just blows my mind. Yeah, it's real easy to forget that, isn't it? It's real easy to forget that. Dulo the ruler, peace. The basis of calculation of sidereal astrology, then, is the equinoxes, subject to irregular modifications of other great entities, many of which can be calculated by means of the comets. The comets, it may be said, are aggregates of atoms drawn together by means of the electrical disturbance occasioned by the influences of the entities upon subtler planes. That is to say, great cosmic beings that have no matter of the seventh cosmic plane in their composition, and therefore cannot form a universe which is perceptible to the senses of a first plane solar evolution. These comets do not generate a group soul which can evolve. They are sidereal idiots. Artificial elementals are their souls, and they are concerned, certain of them, with cosmic scavenging. To them are sent those rare units of an evolution which, by the persistent misuse of epigenesis, have dedicated themselves to destruction. The comet in its orbit takes such souls to the outermost bounds of the cosmos, wherein there are no influences to which they can react. Ooh, that's cool. And the cosmic atom images which go to the building of their component parts cease to be reflected. Now that's definitely one way to deal with it, right? Into the nothingness, into the abyss, for real. Because you got to think, if this is how the energy works, if you've got a little bit of red in you, a little bit of blue in you, a little bit of green in you, whenever you go to red zone, you're going to behave redly. If you go into green zone, you're going to behave very green. She's talking about that there are certain evolutions that produce nothing but chaos, discord, and destruction. So if they go to red zone, they're going to be totally red zone destructive, right? So she's saying that these comets are almost like vehicles and pathways that take these useless and inappropriate evolutions out into the fringe of existence where there are no red zone or blue zone, so that the negativity within those entities cannot react. That's cool. I'll read that again. These comets do not generate a group soul which can evolve. They are sidereal idiots. Artificial elementals are their souls, and they are concerned, certain of them, with cosmic scavenging. To them are sent those rare units of an evolution which, by the persistent misuse of epigenesis, have dedicated themselves to destruction. The comet, in its orbit, takes such souls to the outermost bounds of the cosmos, wherein there are no influences to which they can react. And the cosmic atom images, which go to the building of their component parts, cease to be reflected. Where there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Does that sound familiar? wailing and gnashing of teeth. Good. Get them knuckleheads out of here. Get them knuckleheads out of here. That sounds like some clip-off stuff for certain. Yes, Hazard Pie. Peace, patchwork, peace and greetings. We were talking about the LBRP earlier. Nice, nice. Aw. Roll rockin' is fine. Okay, let's keep going. Talk about solitary confinement, right? Isolation. Well, hey, talk about a timeout for real. Timeout from all the rest of existence. Patrick says, perversion of a truth got me thinking about that song now. That's a great song. That's a great album, honestly. That's a great album. All right, let's keep going. That is the unknown death. Ah, that's so cool. I love that. That is the unknown death. Such units cease to be completely, and there is no reincarnation or a fresh start. Even their karma is disintegrated and touches not the group spirit. Talk about a time out, boy. Whew. Yeah, the karma is obliterated, and so is your connection to the group spirit. It is said of such that they exchanged their planet for a comet. Ah, got some left-hand path stuff going on. It is said of such that they exchange their planet for a comet. They elect to go far and fast, but they go too far and too fast for their forces of cohesion. And the comet to which they have yoked themselves, when it returns again to the sphere of our solar system, is found to be without them. Look, the comet's gonna come back, but those who are riding upon it will not. Yikes. I think that's really cool. For some reason, I want to meditate on that. Kind of reminds me of like some of the left-hand path stuff, but it might be different. Exciting. They elect to go far and fast, but they go too far and too fast for their forces of cohesion. They go so fast that they break apart. Damn, and the comet to which they have yoked themselves, when it returns again to the sphere of our solar system, is found to be without them. Maybe that's why it comes through and passes by, to collect some of those souls that no longer are worth the shit in their ass. Solar evolutions proceeding from the solar logos, which is your God, synchronize roughly with the ring influences of the cosmos. That is to say that under the positive cosmic influences, the logos will give the stimulus which sends a new swarm upon its journey, but the length and speed of that journey synchronize thenceforth with nothing else. because there are so many counteracting influences, save that it will have to make its passage through the nadir at a time when the cosmic tides are turning. But it may have one or more cosmic planes upon its outgoing arc. Elisha Eternal says, so they just don't exist anymore? Yeah, but I don't think it's like that basic. Like, it seems that as they are sent outward like that, they begin to disintegrate. Because remember what was said in the beginning about the rings. 1111, peace, peace, 1111. Remember what was said about the ring cosmos and the ring chaos and the ring pass not. You could say the clip-off is on the edge of this sphere. The ring cosmos pulls inward, the ring chaos pulls outward. So it seems like these comets are going outward. And as the pulling outward happens, you could even say that it gets more intense the further out it goes. And essentially what happens, like she said here, the cohesion is disintegrated. They like to go far and fast, and they go too far and too fast for their forces of cohesion. That ring chaos literally rips them apart. Like, the elements that are together to make them an entity are ripped into their basic elements, right? Nothing is destroyed here. Like, it's not erased. It's disassembled. No, disassemble. No, disassemble. They're pulled out to the edge of existence and ripped to shreds, and then brought back to the center as raw material. Literally the clip-off. Jursic says Tomb of Illumination. Changing Spiritually says transmutation. That's definitely one way. Hazard Pie says mulch for the tree. Oh yeah. Patrick says that's also got me thinking about the cult of the dog and the cult of the dragon mentioned in the Necronomicon. Yeah, I really ought to go back and go through the Necronomicon again. Okay, so let's go back through that last paragraph again. Solar evolutions proceeding from the solar logos, right? So solar evolutions coming out of the solar logos, which is your God. Now she's getting personal, right? Our specific God is the solar logos. That is the dreamer itself, right? That's whose dream that we're in. Peace, MC Maestro. Have a good night. That's the dreamer that we're in, the solar logos. And we know that by now, just from our own mythology. Solar evolutions proceeding from the solar logos, which is your God, synchronize roughly with the ring influences of the cosmos. That is to say that under the positive cosmic influences, the logos will give the stimulus. The logos will give the stimulus which sends a new swarm upon its journey. But the length and the speed of that journey synchronize henceforth with nothing else, because there are so many counteracting influences that it will have to make its passage through the nadir at a time when the cosmic tides are turning. But it may have one or more cosmic phases upon its outgoing arc. The change of a phase will always precipitate. The change of a phase will always precipitate an evolutionary crisis. But until a cosmic tide turn occurs, when an evolution is approaching the limit of its developmental capacities, it will not venture over the dead center, but will perform epigenesis and bide its time. Remember she said this before? They kind of wait for the next batch. Those beings which essayed the task of passing the nadir under unfavorable influences failed to make the transition, reverted along the original path when the cosmic tide came later and became demons and devils. Hence the distinction of the left-hand path. See, I told you it gave me some left-hand path vibes here. Let me read that again. Those beings which essay that. So basically, just to break that part down, we're talking about the the swarms, right? The undifferentiated consciousness that proceeds from the center, in this case, coming from our sun. It goes out, gets its experiences through the universe, bounces off the edge, and comes on back home. And on that come on back home stage, they cross that threshold and they learn. They learn the magic of existence. They see manifestation out of nothing. They see that chaos, that abstract becoming form, taking shape. So they learn it themselves, right? However, it's always going to be an outward. You hit the barrier and you come back. So let's go back to break that part down. Those beings which essayed the task of passing the nadir under unfavorable influences, because remember she's talking about the positive and the negative cosmic tides. They essayed the task of passing the nadir under unfavorable influences, failed to make the transition. They reverted, they devolved. They went back along the original path. So look, they didn't cross the barrier. They didn't go all the way out. They stopped short. They reverted along the original path when the cosmic tide came later and became demons and devils. Hence the distinction of the left-hand path. The left-hand path can be gained in two ways: by deliberate crossing of the arc from right to left after the nadir has been passed, right? So by literally going backwards, or by retroversion before the nadir has been passed. This has reference to the squaring of the lodge. All right, I've been skipping the figures, but I gotta see what 20 is now. I gotta see that now. So yeah, basically, if you can get that image, you got the center of existence where you came from, and you got the edge of existence, which is the edge. And the path has already been carved out to go through and collect data, to collect experience from all the phases and rays and experiences, bounce off that edge and come back around, right? And make a circular or an oval path. What she's talking about here is that, right, during this journey, there's all kind of phases of positive and negative. And due to certain influences, some don't actually cross and come around. Some either cross and come back, or some actually stop short and come back. They did not complete their evolution. So she's saying the left-hand path can be gained in two ways: by deliberate crossing of the arc from right to left after the nadir has been passed, or by retroversion before the nadir has been passed. This has reference to the squaring of the lodge. Let's see what figure 20 shows us. I see. Figure 20. What page is this? Page 120 and 220. 100 pages. I'm so glad she did her best to keep this basic and simple for us. Patchwork says, how does one remain in the center? I've been trying to walk the middle path, trying to achieve a balance between the right and the left. Well, I want to ask you this. How did you become aware of a right-hand path and a left-hand path? If you didn't know the difference, what would you be doing? A lot of people place so much emphasis on their paths. Oh, I'm left-hand path. I'm left-hand path. I mean, I consider myself a middle path practitioner because by choosing one or the other, you by default limit yourself. And my goal is to understand, not anything else. So to understand, you're gonna have to know both sides of the equation. But yeah, I would say think about what you would be doing if you had no idea about any path. All right, so anyways, this is figure 20, the symbol of the caduceus, this right here. So it isn't simply an oval. This is a whole circle. Check this out. Logos, right? We talk about going around, and there's different levels here. Uh-oh, she's breaking it down. Now that nadir that she mentioned, nadir usually means like the top of a mountain or the ring that you pass, right? She goes around here. Left-hand path is going back up. You see that? Right-hand path is continuing around, at least by her words, right? I mean, it is Dion Fortune, so. She says here, this level would be Christ's, this level would be archangels, this level would be angels, this would be masters, this would be saints, this would be nature forces, and this would be man. So, to begin, we literally had to start devolving, right? We go down from Christ's to angels, to archangels, to angels, to masters, down to saints, right? Down to nature forces, and then down to human. Now, to continue evolution, right? Just like the tree of life. I mean, this is Dion Fortune we're talking about here. What did she say? She said you fall down 777, right? But you have to come back up. It's that same process, down and then back up. So what's happening here is down and back up, from man to nature spirit, to saints, to masters, to angels, to archangels, to Christs. Interesting. All right, let's get back to it. Wow, we've really gone through half of this book. I don't want it to end. Let's just reread it immediately after we finish, huh? All right, so let's get back to it here. Changing Spiritually says this is definitely harmonic theory and squaring the circle and circling the square when the perimeter of a square is equal to the circumference of a circle. That is phi ratio. That is true. Cam Miller says facepalm emoji. That's the tree of life, the cerebellum, and the snakes is the energy that coil up and down the endocrine system. Good job. You got it. All right, so you will see by this that it is necessary to watch the cosmic tides when undertaking any regenerative work in relation to the spiritual guidance of humanity. The great constructive period of the 19th century afforded a valuable starting point for any spiritual impulses. The first quarter of the 20th century was a phase of destruction. You will observe that movements upon all different phases that took their rise during that period, especially during its middle years, have come to naught. The concepts may have been sound, but the season was unpropitious. Let me read that again. The great constructive period of the 19th century afforded a valuable starting ground for many spiritual impulses. The first quarter of the 20th century was a phase of destruction. You will observe that movements upon all different phases that took their rise during that period, especially during its middle years, have come to naught. The concepts may have been sound, but the season was unpropitious. I wonder where we are now. as far as a positive or a negative phase. "21, can you do something for me?" Let's see how much we got on chapter 21. I wonder if we can do that. 21. Influences of the manifested universe. All right. How we doing? Chapter 21. We're going straight into it. Chapter 21. Who is still with me? Framestar says, to know thyself in order to serve. Facts. Let's do this. John says, oil up. John, are you implying that I lubricate myself? And if so, what do you hope to happen after that? Are you offering something to me here? I don't think that it would be useful or appropriate. That man said oil up. Really? I know that was meant to be some kind of negative thing against me, but kind of set himself up. That's the thing, man. None of these bots here seem to be very intelligent at all. Human bot in this case. 21. The logoidal relation to the manifested universe. Baby, we can do it. Take your time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Let's do it. All right. Chapter 21. The logoidal relation to the manifested universe. It will be realized from the study of the foregoing papers that the logos is related subconsciously to the cosmos and consciously to the universe. We get these words at this point, y'all. We're 21 chapters in, right? The cosmos is the big circle, the reality. The universe is the little circle, the illusion, the dream, right? And who's the dreamer? The logos. So we have the logos, who's the dreamer, within the universe, which is the dream. The cosmos is the big picture, the reality. Within that big picture is the logos, who is self-reflecting. And within his self-reflection, we get what we call the universe, which is a reflection. It is a dream. It will be realized from the study of the foregoing papers that the logos is related subconsciously to the cosmos and consciously to the universe. And Amalia says the logos is the frame and the view. Remembering also that the logos is affected by the positive and negative cosmic phases. You will perceive that under the negative influence, its consciousness will tend to subjectivity, and therefore the cosmic influences will predominate in the logoidal consciousness. At the same time that the logoidal influences will be withdrawn to a great extent from the manifested universe, which will be left to the control of forces which it had itself generated in the course of its evolution. Under the negative influence, its consciousness will tend to subjectivity. And because of that, the cosmic influences will predominate. These periods are referred to as the days and nights of Brahma. You've heard of that. Surely you've heard of that. A day of Brahma and a night of Brahma. Be it noted, however, that there are the greater and lesser nights. The relation of the Logos to his universe will be best realized by remembering that a phase of evolution is to the Logos what an incarnation is to a man. That's good. So even the Logos goes through incarnations. Just like me. The relation of the Logos to his universe, to his dream, to his self-reflection, to his matrix, the relation of the Logos to his universe will be best realized by remembering that a phase of evolution is to the Logos what an incarnation is to a man. Remember, we're talking about cosmic phases. That's why she said this in the first sentence. The fourth sending and returning of an evolutionary life swarm conveys the same harvest of experience to the logoidal consciousness as the individuality of a man receives from the incarnating personality. So look, in your personal life, the skills that you've learned, your disappointments, your happiness, your sadness, your excitement, your doubts, your struggles, your creativity, your joy, all these experiences that you are collecting throughout your lifespan. Once this body is finished with its job, all these experiences are collected up into this higher self, right? And every other incarnation of your soul, when its job is finished, those experiences are collected up into the higher self. And imagine the beautiful pattern that you could recognize if you could really observe all the different incarnations of your soul. Like, think about that. Your soul has incarnated as you, and you know you pretty well. You know your habits, you know your likes and your dislikes, right? Imagine if you could really see the other incarnations that your soul's taken. Imagine the patterns, like you would get some answers, right? Oh, that's why I love these colors. Oh, that's why I choose this or choose that. That's why I live in this area. That's why I like the nighttime more than the daytime. Like, imagine being able to see all those patterns like that. But in that very same way, right, that our higher self receives the data received from all the incarnations. In the same way, the Logos, right, the God of this existence, is pulling in these life swarms, the life swarm that exists on a planet, a collective unconscious, and all of the experiences of humanity of a specific class. Patrick says, so like doing some past life regression. I mean, you can do that to get an idea of what I'm talking about as far as the patterns. But really, what I'm talking about isn't something we'd be able to do. It's just something to think about. The logos itself corresponds to the divine spark. The logos itself corresponds to the divine spark. Why are you sounding like that? And why do you have that? Good Lord. The logos itself corresponds to the divine spark, the universe in its group soul aspect to the individuality. The evolutionary swarm to the personality. Elisha Eternal says, isn't that in the Akashic records? I mean, I think we are describing the Akashic records, right? The Akashic records would be what exists. That's what is this group soul. Records, right? All of the reactions to objective reality. That's what's stored there. All of the reactions and the reaction potentiality. That's what is stored there. That is what is collected. That is what the fruit of a human life is, right? So think about yourself and your reactions. It would start to make sense that you'd want to have some sense of control. Hey, don't eat all those. I told you that you can eat those other snacks. Don't eat all those. Don't have no. Okay. Do you remember what I said you can get? Yeah? Huh? Huh? He remembers. Your brother remembers.
Also, I have 0 ability, so.
Oh. Lord have mercy. I ate all my little snacks. Usually it's the adult eating all the kids' snacks. Eating all my little snacks. I gotta be a breatharian. All right, so the logos itself corresponds to the divine spark. Boom. The universe in its group soul aspect to the individuality. Boom. The evolutionary swarm to the personality. Boom. Bearing these that's your 3 again, by the way. Bearing these correspondences in mind, you will be able to interpret the logos in the light of the man, and the man in the light of the logos. The formation, development, and devolution of a universe. Raja, Sattva, Tamas. Generation, operation, destruction. The formation, development, and devolution of a universe corresponds to the evolutionary cycle of the logos, so that the logos develops by means of a series of incarnating impulses, which are evolutionary life waves or swarms. Each succeeding evolution penetrates deeper into the form aspect of the universe, renders it more complex in its organization, brings it to a stage further in the development of that perfect balance of forces which it is enabled to reach as a whole. When the entire manifested universe acts as a whole, it is fully self-conscious. Imagine that. When the entire manifested universe acts as a whole, it is fully self-conscious. So imagine trusting the process. Imagine being in synchronicity 100% of the time. Imagine being in the right place at the right time, knowing what you're supposed to do and doing it, right? Imagine having faith. When the entire manifested universe acts as a whole, it is fully self-conscious. Listen, those moments when you're in the right place, doing the right thing on purpose and also not on purpose, when you find yourself in synchronicity like that, I wonder how you found yourself operating as fully self-conscious, as one with the universe. If the universe becomes self-conscious and you're in the right place in the right time doing the right thing, what is there to fear? What is there to worry about? And soon as self-consciousness is established, objective consciousness becomes possible. The universe then becomes aware of the cosmos. The universe, little circle, then becomes aware of the cosmos, big circle. The dream becomes aware of the reality. Reciprocal consciousness between logos and universe is established. Whoa. Whoa. We have then first the self-conscious logos, the dreamer. Secondly, in order that the logos may establish objective consciousness, because what is consciousness but reaction to objects plus memory? In order that the logos may establish objective consciousness, the need of an object of which it can be conscious. See? The logos therefore projects its concept of itself and becomes conscious of that. Dang. If consciousness is becoming aware of object, look what it does. It projects its concept of itself and becomes aware of it. The concept, in its turn, develops self-consciousness through successive phases of evolution. The logos is aware of these changes as they take place and is modified by that knowledge. Finally, the universe, having attained full self-consciousness, becomes objectively conscious and is aware of the logos. But as the logoidal consciousness has developed step by step with a universal consciousness, they are identical. They are identical. The only distinction being that the logos has a background of cosmic conditions, and the universal consciousness, small circle, has a background of mundane conditions. The logos then absorbs into itself the universal consciousness, because the cosmic forces, by their attraction, overcome the cohesion of the mundane forces. All these systems of organized reactions which held together the atoms of the manifested universe are therefore withdrawn from the plane of the manifested universe into the cosmic state of existence. And the atoms of which the manifested universe was composed return to their primary condition of tangential movement, uncoordinated by any superior force. This is the lesser chaos, and is referred to expressively as Old Night or Night of the Ages. Okay, so basically she's given us a run through of everything that was covered. It will be seen then that the goal of evolution is the development of a consciousness which can unite with the logoidal consciousness and pass from the phase of a reflected or projected existence, a phenomenal existence, to that of a real, actual, or noumenal existence in the cosmic state. This can only be achieved when the entire manifested universe is perfectly synthesized. This represents the pralaya, or night of Brahma. A lesser pralaya occurs at the completion of each phase of evolution during the time in which the logos meditates upon the concepts presented to it as the fruits of that evolution, thereby modifying its own consciousness. A succeeding swarm of divine sparks receives the impression of the modified logoidal consciousness, as previously explained, and therefore starts upon its evolution with an elaborate reactionary capacity already developed. The matter of each plane, having been used to build forms of a certain type, retains the reaction capacity of that type. It retains the reaction capacity, not the body, but the capacity of everything that that body can do, for better or for worse, retains the reaction capacity of that type after the forms have been disintegrated, and therefore assembles into smaller forms with a greater readiness each time it is called upon to repeat the process, until finally it holds these forms of its own organized forces. Thus, subsequent life waves are compelled to use these forms and are conditioned thereby. All right, so we talked about this earlier, remember? The consciousness that goes through this process collects the experiences of that particular vehicle, and once it has collected all the experiences that that vehicle can produce, it moves on, but it leaves the body behind because the body is on its own mission, right? Your body, it's on its own mission, just like your mind is on its own mission and your soul is on its own mission. Well, as the group soul leaves that particular plane, the archetype for those bodies is now etched into that plane, into that planet. So what's it say here again? Therefore assembles into smaller forms with a greater readiness each time it is called upon to repeat the process. Wait a minute now. Check this out. The matter of each plane having been used to build forms of a certain type retains the reaction capacity of that type after the forms have been disintegrated, and therefore assembles into smaller forms with a greater readiness each time it is called upon to repeat the process, until finally it holds these forms of its own organized forces. Smaller, right? She talked about into smaller forms each time. Makes me think about how dinosaurs supposedly went from being massive and giant down to little bitty tiny lizards. Could it be that the smaller creatures have been here the longest? Think about spiders and how long they've been here and how massive they used to be. Or other types of sea life like shrimp and crustaceans and all these others. They've been here for roaches, right? Been here for so long. Mosquitoes. They used to be massive. Maybe the dominant species that are large are relatively new. Alora. Welcome, welcome. Thus, subsequent life waves are compelled to use these forms, right? So the new life waves that come next are compelled to use these hand-me-down vehicles. These subsequent life waves are compelled to use these forms and are conditioned thereby. This is retrogressive because each life wave, having performed epigenesis, is more highly elaborated than its predecessor, and therefore cannot enter the same mold without deformity. This matter will be referred to again when considering the problems of evil. It must then be realized that each unit of a life swarm has inherent in its nature the reaction capacities of a cosmos in its simplicity, and of all the preceding life swarms in their complexity. Therefore, though fundamentally it has a perfect simplicity of principle, it has an infinite complexity of reaction capacity. It must then be realized that each unit of a life swarm, right, every individual student in that life swarm has inherent in its nature the reaction capacities of a cosmos in its simplicity, and of all preceding life swarms in their complexity. Therefore, though fundamentally it has a perfect simplicity of principle, it has an infinite complexity of reaction capacity. So what does that mean? So we're talking about these new waves, right? These new classes of life, these life swarms that come out, right? The first swarm that comes out carves the path and sets the archetype. The first swarm that comes out, it builds certain bodies and certain reactions to the environment and evolves, and it leaves a trail. It leaves an energetic trail. The next class, the next life swarm that flows through picks up where they left off, right? The next life swarm that comes through, it gathers everything that the previous class left behind knowledge-wise, and then it adds new experiences. And then once it graduates, it moves on, continues carving out the trail left by it. That first swarm is always ahead of it, carving a trail. Here comes the third swarm, right? Now here's the thing. The data left behind for the third swarm is super complex, right? These bodies have now evolved, and there's different vehicles and different possibilities. Now every new swarm that comes through is innocent. It's pure, right? It's pure. But that purity is the simple and powerful nature of the cosmos. Yet it enters the complex bodies and the complex vehicles of this particular plane that it enters. So it says here, therefore, though fundamentally it has a perfect simplicity of principle, it has an infinite complexity of reaction capacity. The cosmic principles are known and are constant. To these, each human soul is obedient as to the fundamental laws of its nature. But the reactions of epigenesis cannot be calculated in relation to the individuals because of their complexity and the number of possible modifying factors. They can only be calculated in relation to evolutions because the number gives the average. Hence, it is that epigenesis introduces the element known as free will. And free will, in the interval between its development and its synthesis to the logos, gives rise to the positive evil of the manifested universe. The teaching of the last two lectures was devoted to a consideration of the extra-universal influences. We are now in a position to consider the intra-universal influences. Let it be borne in mind that the extra-universal influences, firstly, are of two types. All right, these are the external universal influences. A, the cosmic influences which act upon the logos and to which the logos reacts, thus undergoing the change. B, these changes being reflected upon the manifested universe as variations and phases of the logoidal influences. The logoidal influences are not constant, though true to type. This is an important point in which esoteric theology differs from exoteric theology, which conceives of God as changeless, whereas esoteric theology conceives of God as himself evolving and as subject to mutation according to law. Secondly, the logoidal influences change owing to modifications in the logoidal nature produced by its reactions to the evolution of the universe. Thus, we may say that the logoidal influences playing upon the manifested universe varying in these two ways, and these have to be reckoned with in all calculations of the influences to which evolving humanity is subject, and they can be calculated in the cosmic type by means of the equinoxes and the comets, and the evolutionary reaction type by calculating the curve and studying the phases of the biological history. We will now proceed to deal with the conditions in the manifested universe subject to which man carries on his evolution. We will now proceed to deal with the conditions in the manifested universe subject to which man carries on his evolution. All right, we ready for that? We are ready for that. Quick break. Hold on for just a sec. I'm hearing crashing and bamming already. Ugh. What's next? All right, don't go anywhere. We will now proceed to deal with the conditions in the manifested universe subject to which man carries on his evolution. It will have been perceived from a study of the foregoing chapters that all action and reaction which is regular becomes cyclic, according to the law of universal curvature. And that cyclic reaction makes a track in space, and thus becomes stereotyped, so that the manifested universe is at any given time a set of molecules and atoms held together by a framework of tracks in space. In other words, the organized manifestation of the one existence are simply a set of stereotyped reactions of which the tracks in space form the abstract mold. The idea of the abstract mold is an important one and should be borne in mind. The sets of stereotyped reactions are of many different types, and they can be distinguished according to the mode of their origin. Some were left behind by the Lords of Flame in the course of their evolution, others by the Lords of Form, and others by the Lords of Mind. And each of these sets of stereotyped reactions form the natural laws which govern the manifestations of those particular kinds of forms and activities which were built up in the course of that evolution. And these form the distinctions between one kind and another. But as each evolution makes use of the creations of its predecessor, the reaction types of that predecessor will be found inherent in the successors, though the analytical mind can dissect them not. They also, however, exist as independent substrata, and it is the knowledge of the method of manipulating these, the elemental essences of each kingdom, which is the basis of practical magic. Okay, let's go back. These sets of stereotype reactions are of many different types, and they can be distinguished according to their mode of their origin. Each of these sets of stereotype reactions form the natural laws which govern the manifestations of those particular kinds of forms and activities which were built up in the course of that evolution, and these form the distinctions between one kind and another. They also, however, exist as an independent substrata, and it is the knowledge of the method of manipulating that independent substrata, right? The elemental essences of each kingdom, okay, which is the basis of practical magic. And remember that each type of manifestation has its elemental essence. True. You will recall that each phase of the manifested universe was built up in turn, and that these phases form the fields of development of subsequent life waves. And therefore, follows that each life wave at each phase of its evolution will be conditioned by the conditions of the plane upon which that it has undergone. Therefore, an understanding of the planes is essential to an understanding of the problems of evolution and initiation, which is simply condensed evolution. The laws of the first or physical plane. Okay, so the first plane is the physical plane. Got it. The laws of the first plane or the physical plane are being worked out by means of the 5 physical senses, which relate to that plane, and are well known to you under the generic name of natural science. Though why man should consider one of the planes of his existence natural and the rest unnatural is a strange fruit of epigenesis. I heard that. These conditions, so far as the inanimate world is concerned, have been well and truly observed, and subject to these laws, life will proceed with its evolution upon the physical plane. But scientific thought has made a mistake in believing that these laws are all there are. And this mistake has vitiated the last 100 years of science. The ancients were wiser but not so well informed. Certain schools of religious philosophy, however, make the opposite mistake and believe that life can work out its evolution regardless of the laws of the physical plane. This is also a mistake. Forces of a plane are supreme upon their own plane. Controllers of the plane below, and when in contact with the plane above, are in their turn controlled. For example, the laws of logic are supreme in the realm of mind. The images of mind control the forms of the emotions, but the images of mind are themselves controlled by the spiritual forces. Each plane is capable of independent function, or of function in circuit, but as soon as the planes are put in circuit, it is necessary that the current should be completed by uniting the arc upon the 7th plane. Otherwise, the open arc will short to the left-hand path. For example, should the trained mind learn to control the body of emotions, and the body of emotions learn to control the physical vehicle, you have an arc in function of which one half is conscious or negative, and the other half subconscious or positive. And the subconscious always gives the stimulus. If that arc be not completed into a circuit by junction through the logoidal image on the 7th plane, it will short from conscious to subconscious upon the 4th or 5th, according to type, and the subconscious being the positive or stimulator will assume the control. The past lies to the left. That man will return to an earlier phase of evolution and will be actuated by its motives while retaining the faculties of a later form of evolution. Now, the subconscious was built up in the past. Therefore, the past will assume control. Don't miss that. And think about what we've talked about concerning shadow work, right? And think about how all of the behaviors and beliefs that you have today are completely created by past events, right? Making predictions based on past data, past beliefs, past experiences. All that past controls the future, because for most people, most of us who are unconscious, we allow that subconscious mind to completely dominate everything we do and not be aware of it. Now, the subconscious was built up in the past, therefore the past will assume control. The past lies to the left. That man will then return to an earlier phase of evolution and will be actuated by its motives while retaining the faculties of a later form of evolution. Though these motives are adequate to the control of the simple faculties of that phase, Kevin Wise says 11:11, 12:12, ISIS. Though these motives are adequate to the control of the simple faculties of that phase, they are inadequate to the control of the complex faculties of a later phase. And that man becomes a danger to evolution by destroying the poise of the group soul, of which he is a member. And, as it will be remembered, it is the function of the entities evolved in earlier life ways to adjust the balance of compensating forces in the universe. He will be dealt with by the destroyers and will be reduced to his lowest common denominator. That is to say, his later faculties will be taken from him, and he will be left only with those faculties suited to his impulses. Yikes. Certain types of mischievous, malicious idiots are produced in this way. Man, now ain't that some good explanation right there? So think about that now. Imagine we've got this group soul that's evolving and developing, right? We've got all of our monkey behavior behind us. It's subconscious, it's automatic, and we're trying to mentally and spiritually grow. But then you have ones whose whole energetic purpose is to destroy and cause suffering and to cause chaos, right? The justice system does what it can. The community does what it can. Sometimes they don't get dealt with in the living, but certainly energetically, if this is what they truly are, if they're not useful and appropriate to the evolution of the system, they're reduced down to where they would be useful and appropriate. Fuck around and find out with the cosmos. And it isn't so much like, oh, karma's gonna get you. It's more of a system of processes here. You go to where you resonate. If you no longer resonate with the group, you become evicted from the group and put into a group where you belong. Sheesh. Reduced to his lowest common denominator. That is to say, his later faculties will be taken from him, and he will be left only with those faculties suited to his impulses. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Back to donkey school. Back to dog school. Back to mosquito and gnat school. Certain types of mischievous and malicious idiots are produced in this way. Oh, that was it. Okay, all right. So we're good to go. We'll pick up on number 22 next week. We're now getting, you can see now, she's getting down to familiar terms and familiar territory. I already see on this page, she's talking about the moon, Mars, Venus. So yeah, it's pretty much familiar home. This feels like an 8-hour long drive, right? And like once you start getting closer to home and you start recognizing landmarks and stuff, the vibe of the ride changes, right? That last hour of familiar territory, it doesn't seem as long. You get a second wind, you kind of wake up. We're close to home territory now. So yeah, I'm loving how this connects, how all this abstract stuff connects with what I do know and what I previously knew, right? That's the beautiful thing about knowledge, man. It builds upon itself, especially if it's good and right. But yeah, this whole and this is the science of this whole thing. It's not even about good behavior, bad behavior, or you're going to heaven, you're going to hell. Right? It's not even about any of that. Demons are here to deceive us. Only Christ can save you. Like, none of that stuff. Like, this is way deeper than any of that. But yeah, so far I thoroughly enjoyed being out into the unconscious, the unmanifest, right? Ein Sof, our. Major perspective, right? Because like depending on where you come from, depending on what your foundation is, what your background is, that's gonna frame your future. You know, so like if you happen to be somebody black and you believe that your origin is in slavery with shackles and chains, getting whipped and abused and beaten, if that is your origin story, what do you think you can produce from that? Right? Remember what I said before, the seed that you plant is the fruit that you grow. Right? If that's what you believe your origin is, you can only become more of that. But if you do your research and you know your history, you know, if you can go further back, right? The further back you go, the more solid of an understanding of your seed. That way you can produce better fruit. So going this far back, it takes us even further past the tree. This ain't even about fruit on the tree of life. We're way beyond the tree of life, which is awesome, which is cool. I really wonder what is deeper than this, right? By no means am I finished digesting this, right? I want more of it. I love it, and I'm happy to study it. But I can't help but think, like, what's deeper than this? Is there a book that's like even more heavy? I got my eyes open and I've got my spiritual magnet tuned. Perhaps this book is preparing us for something that something that couldn't have even come across my radar until we finish this. I mean, to be honest, this wouldn't have come across my radar if we didn't go through a guide to Kabbalistic symbolism. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm loving this. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Thank y'all for being here. Anna Molly says, I don't know, man. This might be the peak. Nah, this ain't the peak. This ain't the peak. It's most definitely more. When I read this, it feels to me like this is somebody taking some bigger concepts and dumbing it down for us simple humans. I think that there's more. But we'll see, we'll see. Milk for babes, meat for strong men, that kind of thing. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go tend to my duty as a father. And I hope that you have enjoyed this. You found something that you can take and utilize for practical, positive purposes. Perhaps read those chapters again before next Saturday. I think I'm going to have to do that as well, just so we can have a strong foundation on where we go from here. And I'll see y'all next time. I'm going to start accepting students for cyclomancy tomorrow. So if you're excited about that, if you want to be a part of that, the doors will be open. I'm gonna let you know, starting tomorrow and all week. Excellent. Oh, but for now, hang out with these kids, get some sleep, and then we'll try it again tomorrow. Chapter 22. All right, y'all. This was awesome. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Thank you for my mods. Thank you for the Magus Society. Thank you for my cyclomates, my inner light activation students, and everyone here who's like serious about the work. Thank you so much for being you, right? This is why I do this. All right. Patchwork says, will there be another shadow work class? Yes. That's what we're getting into. That's what I'm opening up tomorrow. Shadow work will be bundled with the cyclomancy, so you can get both. At pretty much a 50% discount at that. All right, y'all. Have a good night. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace. Oh boy. I think I might need another nap. Time to cook those Philly cheesesteaks. Since this young man's eating up all my snacks.